Welcome home to USA Global TV and Radio. Ours is a place where dreams take flight, voices are heard, and stories are shared. This is where cultures meet, connections are formed, and ideas are transformed into action. This is your destination for authentic storytelling, diverse perspectives, and meaningful conversations. We're where global stories unite and bridges are built beyond all borders. Discover our world of education, entertainment, hope, and inspiration. Together, we're building bridges worldwide. Subscribe to our USA Global TV channel and download our USA Global TV app. Be our guest or join our team. Visit usaglobaltv.com. With heartfelt thanks to our executive producer, Dr. Jacalyn Kerbeck, music scored by Yifei Tang from Cloud Road Music, creative direction by Paul Garcia, and I'm Al Cini, and I'm very proud to be part of the USA Global TV and Radio family. So join us here at USA Global TV and Radio. Make us your home for global connection. All rights reserved. This video and its contents are the exclusive property of USA Global TV and Radio. Unauthorized use, duplication, or redistribution in any form is strictly prohibited. Thank you for being a part of our global community. Let's inspire together.
Welcome to USA Global TV and Radio, home of the YouTube Silver Subscriber Award for over 100,000 subscribers across the world. I'm Dr. Jacalyn Kerbeck, and today is our reunion show. So welcome and get ready to hear some incredible presentations from people from around the world. I just want to share with you personally what an absolute pleasure, delight, and honor it is to be here with you today. I was putting together a special video that we'll be showing in about a couple of hours, and I actually was very tearful when I was creating it, just thinking about the journey that we've been on. And to think that a few years ago, I was working in corporate, flying around the world and selling employee engagement programs and meetings and events. And here we are today with an entire population community across the world of people who are focused on giving back, on leaving a legacy that includes elevated listening. So today we have an incredible show flow with people who are on our team here at USA Global TV and Radio and are just as committed as I am to providing world-class education, entertainment, hope, and inspiration. So just have a seat, just get ready to hear some wonderful presentations with expertise, knowledge, and basically heartfelt commitment to elevated listening. That's the platform for USA Global TV and Radio. Let's get the show started. Our first guest, we just heard from him, Mr. Al Cini. We just heard his voiceover. We were talking backstage. It's been 2 years since he's been with us, and I really admire him. I think the world of him. He knows that. I couldn't be here today if it weren't for him. He's given me incredible guidance and direction and friendship and mentorship over the last 5+ years. It might be 6 years at this point. We actually met on another television network, and I just had so much respect for him. So he's been up to a number of things, which I'm going to let him share. But let's welcome Mr. Al Cini to the program. Al, come on out. Hello.
Dr. Jacalyn, how are you? Let's see. The last time we did this, you have so many more viewers now and so many more frequent flyer miles than you did 2 years ago. It's great to be back. It really is. Thank you.
Well, thank you. It's a pleasure to have you back. And Al, you've always had your foot, your toe in the television industry, in the media industry, and that continues on. And you're going to be bringing a very special program here to our network. I'm going to let you talk a little bit about that. But what have you been up to over the last 2 years that you can share with our audience?
I've been a project manager for a major broadcast network that I can't name, but for about 2 years, I was managing a relocation of a major broadcast network from one address to another address that involved tracking a lot of devices and helping to manage and helping to support the installation of a lot of stuff. And it's finished. It finished in June. And it was a great project and a lot of fun. And I kind of have a passion for managing teams. And a little later on in the conversation, we'll be able to bring that whole idea in because I think working with people is a gift and an opportunity and a responsibility. It's not a job, and it's certainly not a privilege. And and that really is the pro fit for teams kind of theme, and we'll be talking about that in a little bit. But the first story on that, the big story on Action News, is a program that we'll be launching on USA Global TV and Radio called Ahead for Business. Dr. Kerbeck, what do you think about that? Are you as excited about that as I am?
I am super excited, Al. The name itself is just so creative. And because you have extensive experience in business, which I'd like to have you talk a little bit about that as well, you actually understand what organizations need so that they are performing effectively together. And you have a very different viewpoint because of the fact that you have extensive experience in working with teams and then also in interviewing people. You've interviewed people all over the world. I don't know how many TV shows you've done, but you have a different perspective than most people. So I think that this show, which I understand is going to be having people say, what were you thinking when certain things go wrong? And we see that in the news all the time. It's like, what was he thinking doing that?
So let's say we end up at a Coldplay concert and there's a camera roaming around, and Ahead for Business will be about, I don't want to say, maybe celebrating is the right word. Ahead for Business will be about celebrating the kinds of mistakes that people make, often innocently, certainly unintentionally, that can really do a great deal of damage, way more damage than they might have ever imagined to begin with. In recent memory, obviously, there was that Coldplay incident where a CEO of a company got caught on a roaming camera inside of a concert doing things that he shouldn't have been doing. And the effect that had on the whole organization. I mean, it turned out to be such a high profile. First of all, it's exactly the kind of story people like to jump on. It's exactly what a TV, and I can tell you, having worked at them, it's exactly what a TV network looks for when it's looking to create a story that'll draw eyeballs. And nothing has drawn audience the way this particular story has drawn audience, especially over just the last couple of days. So Ahead for Business is an examination of the mistake, that what were you thinking question. What is it that causes people to make mistakes like that, to kind of lose sight of what they're really supposed to be doing and wander kind of off the path? And then the effect it has and how you recover from it. And it'll be a 30-minute program. We'll be launching it probably late fall, I'm thinking. I have a few other things I need to get finished ahead of that, but we'll be launching it late fall. And the goal really is to make it the kind of USA Global TV and Radio production that you in particular, Dr. Jacalyn, would be proud of, because I know you have really a very dedicated commitment to quality, and living up to that is a big part of our plan for that program, and it'll be fun. So I think I'm kind of like I have to develop an AM radio voice for this, because that's kind of how we're going to do it, kind of fast paced. But I'm fortunate in that I'm surrounded by a bunch of people who could be a part of the program, and a bunch have already reached out to me and asked if they could be a guest, just to talk about the mindset that people are in and how people make mistakes and then how they recover from them. And some of them are branding mistakes. You might recall a beer brand that was injured a little bit a few years ago.
Absolutely.
That, I mean, there are so many examples that we can draw from, and so there's a lesson in everything, but there's also a little bit of laughter too. It'll be a great run.
I love that you mentioned the word recovery, because I think that that's something that's so key. Sometimes people will hire companies just to help get them out of the mess that they're in. And sometimes I guess it seems like it's never going to end, but everything unfortunately does come to an end at
It
some
does.
point.
Well, the most recent one, the astronomer one, it turns out to be a gigantic benefit to the company because nobody ever heard of them. And now all of a sudden, they're a household name. The company is a household name. So the question then becomes, how does the successor to the CEO capitalize on all the attention and try to spin it as a positive rather than a negative, to get a not very well known data sciences company all of a sudden one of the most famous companies in the world? How do you take advantage of that and ride that wave to build a little bit of success on what otherwise would be a disaster, frankly? And so those will be great stories, and I'm looking forward to bringing them to your audience.
Well, I'm excited as well. And thanks for sharing that it's going to be late fall. That's good
Yeah.
to know.
Yeah.
And so tell us a little bit about your role as a television host. You've had a number of shows over the years. What's that experience been like?
Well, it's taught me a lot. I mean, if the way you screw up at that job really is by making it about yourself, and you know this because you do it brilliantly. The goal of a host is to try to draw on. I mean, I would say that Johnny Carson is more of a model for me because, yeah, sure, you have a personality, and sometimes that's what draws an audience, the personality of the host. But the purpose of the host is to add humor, levity, and insight into the conversation that they elicit from a guest. So a big part of the challenge really in being a host in a program is to make sure that it's all about the guest and that you bring out the best in the guest and that you keep coming back to the best in the guest and never make it or rarely make it about yourself. Although every now and then you can jump in with something funny. It's really about the guest. And some guests, frankly, make that a little bit more challenging than others. And so it's work. I mean, the work of it really is to try to find that thing that you say to a guest that calms them down and gets them comfortable and puts them in the groove that facilitates their sharing what it is that they know that's unique and what gifts they can offer. And that's the fun of it.
You summed it up so well. And of course, because you are a genius, you are the master when it comes to that.
I have to
Al,
get that
we're
on.
going to be
I want that on my
bringing
business card.
we're going to be bringing Lisa Manyoky out here in just a moment, but
Great.
I'd also love for you to just touch on this because I think this is so important in the world of television. When we see these interviews that take place with very well-known people who have been doing media for years and years and years, and they make the interview about themselves, and the guest actually walks off. I've seen this twice with A-list celebrities. One ended up screaming and cursing. And, why would you ask that? We had this discussed in advance. What are your thoughts about that when somebody just decides, hey, I'm going to ask whatever I want because I want to know and I'm trying to make this about me?
Well, there are two ways to ask a question. One way is with the intention of embarrassing the person you're questioning. And, a lot of people, because they feel like they want to make a splash or a headline, figure that if they go for a little bit of blood in the interview, then they'll get a little bit more notoriety themselves. And sometimes you can build an audience on that. So that's one way to go. It's kind of mean spirited and not very kind, but that's one choice you can make as a host. And the other choice is what I'd like to think is the more common choice, which is to just be generous and fair and direct where you have to be, but try to give people a little bit of room to avoid embarrassment where they can and explain themselves clearly. And if you do that, you won't have anybody walking off your program, even though you've asked them a tough question. So that, for me anyway, that's kind of the lesson that I've learned, having been involved in that, and having. I'll give you one more fact, which is just sort of an unassailable fact. When a television network cancels a show, it's because they're losing money. Always. Always. It's never political. I mean, it's easy to spin politics into it. It's easy to make it a headline, but it's always because they're losing money. All the choices on broadcast television, certainly, that are made to cancel or uh, or fire a host or cancel a program, are always made financially. And whether or not your sales organization can sell time on the property, especially if it's advertiser supported. And I just wanted to make that point because it is a hard-nosed business. Building audience is very much, I know what it's a passion of yours. And building and retaining the audience means you've got to do it right. And you've got to do it right every time.
Powerful words that are resonating with me and hopefully with everyone who is watching. Al, it's the time of the show where we're going to have you introduce Lisa Manyoky, and then I'm going to give the stage to the two of you.
Lisa!
What?
There you are. Okay, let me set this up. First of all, it's nice to see you. Usually, you're just a disembodied voice in several telephone calls about the work we're doing together. So let me talk a little bit about that. We have developed a method for building teams called ProFit for Teams, and the website is pro-fit4, the number 4 teams.com, and it has two parts. My part is to build a little bit of science into it so that we help organizations answer the question, who are we? Who are we when we're doing our best work on our best day? That becomes the focus of the effort. And we have a scientific way of mining data out of people to gain insights on how they feel about the answer to that question collectively. But all of that would come to naught were it not for the ability to tell stories to connect with people. And Lisa, that's where you come in. So why don't you talk a little bit about that as you see it?
Well, look, you and I both have an awful lot of experience working with people and with assessments and team building and interactive exercises that are intended to bring people together. And they're wonderful if they work. But many of them are episodic, so they happen maybe, once a quarter or twice a year. And then the teams go back to the work that they're supposed to be doing, and they forget about all the kumbaya, huggy stuff that happened when they were either building bikes or making pizzas and whatnot. And all of those fun entertainment style events are wonderful. However, we have assimilated science, meaning neuroscience of behavior, the psychology of response, into a statistical compilation that we can measure, which is a really important fact because many assessments or exercises are really subjective. But if we can't measure or calculate the degree of unity in a team or the strategy that's working because we can measure results, well, then those results still look subjective. But you, the stat wizard, the tech guy, has made a way for us to actually measure the cohesiveness of a team, which is really, really important because when everybody's working together and happy and united and they're working toward shared goals, well, the performance of the team as a whole certainly improves. That keeps the companies stable, revenue intact, and it makes people happy. And a happy person at work goes home happy. And then a happy person at home comes to work happy. So it's all circular. And my role has been to take statistical, technical data and to convert it into information that is easily digested by John Q. Public. So anybody could hear what we've come up with and relate to it because it's laden with stories or events that are highly relatable to most people. They've run into this at some point in their lives. So that perfect blend is this wonderful hybrid of science and chemistry and statistics and aesthetics because it looks good as well. So there's a matter of form, which means things have to look good. But if they look good and don't work, what's the point? And function, meaning they need to work. But if they work and they don't look good, well, that's a hazard too. So this, I think, is an excellent combination of both form and function with chemicals, statistics, aesthetics, all into one bundle that has a really powerful impact that brings teams together.
And, first of all, you used many of my favorite words. I appreciate that. Just that whole scientific aspect of it. The important thing is that when you combine that heart aspect of how do people feel about the work they do with their understanding of the work they do and their understanding of each other as they do that work together, when you combine those two things, you can deliver a program in a very short period of time. One of the things we found there are two things I know from our market research that really are very important to remember. The first is that people just don't have a lot of time for a lot of atmospheric stuff. What people really want are high impact, rapid fire, immediate results that are sustainable, as you pointed out. The things that I can use, I should get from it something that I can use tomorrow and the day after, not just today. So it's not just about earning applause at the event. It's about actually changing the trajectory of behavior for some people who embrace it and use it to make themselves happier in the work they do and to make their organizations better served by the work they do. That's kind of exciting stuff. And the second thing we learned in our market research is that one of the most underserved markets for team building is technical people, engineers. I mean, there are customer support people generally get team building training, what they call soft skills training. But the hardest skills of all really are the skills that it takes to fit into an organization in a way that makes you feel like you're making a contribution so that every day you actually do. And that makes you happy and that makes everybody else happy. And engineers, my big focus is to work with on a team building basis with the people that I've just spent 2 years working with, technical engineers, people who work with technology, who hardly ever get invited to team building. Their focus is almost always on technical product training. And I think of the entire marketplace, that's probably one of the largest opportunities for us. So we're going to go out after them for sure.
Well, it's a large one, but the reality is every person who's part of a team is an individual first. So that person wakes up in the morning, eats breakfast, or goes for a run, or does whatever, and then comes to work. And if when they wake up and then come to work, they're not happy because they feel overlooked, or if the work that they're doing isn't gratifying, and it has to be in order for them to go home happy. I mean, it's easy to go through the day and check off the list that I've done this X, Y, Z. But if the heart's not beating and your cheeks aren't pink at the end of it, well, you can do that, but it's going to affect the quality of your life. So our goal is to look at 3 areas: the people, their role, and the organization at large. And that's the pro. And ideally, people fit. In other words, they fit with the members of their team. They fit with their job description. They fit with the culture of an organization. And sometimes we discover that a person doesn't fit. That's not a bad thing. That simply means that where they are is worth taking a look at to see if maybe there's an alternative that would use my assets in a more productive way, or give me a role that makes me feel like I'm contributing and not changing. I mean, we make a very distinctive distinction between change and contribute. Nobody changes unless they want to change.
True.
So nobody can force change. We can invite it, but we can ask them to contribute. And if we ask them to contribute something that's meaningful to them, that is also meaningful to the team and meaningful in terms of the team's role and performance, well, nirvana.
That's a home run.
Right.
So, and that it's important. You pointed this out, but it's worth emphasizing: no judging, nobody fails, nobody comes out short. Every distinction that we draw, every insight that is an opportunity, and the opportunities are to become happier in the work you do and to support your team in maybe a more effective way by using your gifts in a new way. And I think that's really important, but I know we're running a little short on time. You've got presence intelligence here under your name. Why don't you give us a minute or two on that? Because
in all my years of working in communications, I have discovered that whatever we put out there, whether we can read it, see it, feel it, or hear it, all those contributions to the world shape perception. They can lay the groundwork for really great relationships, or they can bring them to a screeching halt. So presence intelligence is an initiative that enables people to take an inventory of what they think, feel, and believe about themselves, which in turn affects how they behave in the world. So it's an exploration tool. It's a coaching platform, and it comes with a tool that coaches can use to get a really sweeping view of their client's position about themselves, which affects every dimension of life. So it's my baby. It's a compilation, I think, of 30-some years of experience with people and aesthetics and communication and words and behavior.
And living a human life, which is a very important part of the whole aspect of it. Presenceintelligence.com, is that right?
Yes.
There you go. So anybody who wants to know more about that, our short-term plan obviously is to deliver team building in that half-day format that we've already devised.
Right.
And also for events, people who are planning events that could have much larger groups. We have an event form of ProFit for Teams that fits in a 90-minute window to gather an audience together around that answer to the question, who are we? And that's going to be fun. But past that, we're going to have deeper dives into this psychology, the shared psychology of a team that incorporates a lot of the principles of presence intelligence to allow people to build detailed plans about how to become happier and more supportive in their work. So Lisa, it's a pleasure working with you, and thanks for joining us today.
As always.
Great. Dr. Jacalyn, are you still here?
Yeah, somebody's got to run the show, right?
Yeah, I know you got it. Did you have any questions for us? I know that I think we only have 5 more minutes to stay on your schedule.
Yes. Well, first, I just wanted to let the audience know that as I'm producing this show, I actually have chills because this gives me so many memories of having not just Al, but Lisa. And for those of you who don't know, Lisa has been here since the beginning. We actually did a show on dating. And Lisa, when I'm hearing you talk about what you do, it's just so opposite of what we did on the dating show. We had so many laughs. Al, you were a guest a few times.
I just remember a lot of fishermen. I
Yeah.
remember a lot of guys who like to fish. That's kind of standing out in my head. Yeah.
We had a lot of fun.
Yeah,
We
we did.
definitely
We
had
had
a
a
lot
great
of
time.
fun. It's so great to see you.
That was a funny program.
It's like,
So a question that I have for the two of you, because I think this is really important when we think about teams, okay? Here are the three of us. We've been doing our own thing for the last couple of years, but fate and life and common goals has brought us back together. What is it that really keeps people connected? I don't care if it's a team, if it's a relationship. What is the foundation that keeps people together regardless of what life throws you?
oh, see,
Lisa, that's you.
I know. I think, you know, I think we need to pay attention to the clues in life. It's okay to detour and explore other things, but when you find your people, it's like silky smooth magic. And when you feel it, hang on and grab tight. Now we've, explored other initiatives, Al, myself, you. But when it works. So like bite that apple and eat it. It's so nice when you find that place in life or that role in your job or the partner who fits. I think fitting, and not fitting in, I mean fitting with your own perspective about life, your hopes, your vision. When you find it, wear it and hang on to it. So for us, we always worked well together. And it feels as if, this is like a family reunion in a sense where we get to take the best parts of what we did before with what we're doing now and merging them into a new thing that has an even nicer texture and feels really good and powerful, and it's really full of heart. Plus, we each respect each other's contributions and differences. And I think when we get to the real core of what makes people really work is respecting and appreciating the differences in absence of judgment.
Absolutely.
That's a big one. That's a big one, Lisa. Thank you.
I just want to add one thing to it, and that is I have always had rattling around in my head every word I've ever heard Lisa say on the subject of building teams. And but every time I hear a word that I think is intriguing or relevant, I try to think of a way to measure it. That's just a kind of a mental disease that I have. Well, fit turns out to be one of the most challenging of all the words that I've ever heard Lisa say. And I'm really proud to say that working together, we've come up with a number that represents fit. So for the members of a team, we can score the probability that any individual member of the team really feels, I don't want to say understands or knows, because it's more limbic system stuff. Do I really feel this team that I'm a member of? Do I really fit here? Can I trust my colleagues? Can I work with them? And we can boil that down to a number based on a procedure we've developed that turns out to be a key element in the reveal part of the Pro Fit for Teams experience. And it's been fun working with Lisa on that. Really has.
Fantastic. Well, I'm going to bring our other team members who happen to be backstage. I'm going to bring them out to see if they might have any questions. But before I do, I just wanted to say the three of us met at another television station a number of years ago. And what I want to take away from that is that nobody owns people, right? We have the free will, the will to go wherever we want. And so we were brought together for a reason then, and we went our separate ways and we are back together. So I love that. I encourage people to collaborate, to find your passion, do what it is that makes you smile. And if it's meant to be, if you're meant to be together, you will. So that's what I just want to say. Don't hold on so tight to someone or to something. Let things go and see how it turns out. Just believe.
That's for the audience. What about reunion? Don't you understand?
Brilliant. All right, let's bring out the people who are backstage. We're not going to do a formal introduction because they'll all be on later on today.
Great.
We have Tracy Cram-Perkins. Welcome, Tracy.
Hi, everybody.
We have Roland Friedl, and we have Reverend Lydia. Welcome. Okay, so Reverend and Roland, you're both on mute, but I'd love to have you pose any questions that you might have or any comments that you want to share with Lisa and Al.
I have no questions. I was very impressed by what she said, and I intend to practice it.
Lydia, it's great to meet you, and thank you for that.
Lydia is joining us from Canada.
Wow.
And she has our very first French show. The show is completely in French. Do you want to just say the name of the show, please?
La voix de la guérison. This is the voice of healing, but in voice, when you have voice in French, you can say voix. It means voice, and also if you write it differently, it means the way. So it's the way to healing or the voice of healing. So that is why I used that title. Thank you.
That's wonderful. I had 1 year of French in high school, actually college, and I learned how to say, "Look at the pretty ducks on the other side of the lake." That's it. And I'm not going to do it. It's
I took
too
French for
embarrassing.
6 years. I never heard that.
I am not going to say it. It's just too embarrassing. My accent is so bad. But Lydia, it's great to meet you. And I wanted to mention too, Tracy. We talked a little bit before the program. Lisa has recently had some experience with relatives who are suffering with dementia. And I sent her a link to your book. I don't know whether the two of you want to share an insight or two on what that's like, but I found it very valuable.
Yeah, Tracy, what you do is so important because that is a mean disease. And I have a family member who's actually early onset, in her early 60s. But I also have worked in that field as a marketing and communications consultant. And I've spent time in areas where I'm seeing former professors and engineers trying to figure out how to use a fork. And it's really tough. So kudos to you for sharing insights for families to get through it's an ordeal, and it's a very difficult one.
Thank you. Yeah, if I can be of help in any way, I would be honored to do so.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Tracy. Roland, I took German in high school.
Oh, very good. Sehr good. Still good.
Ganz good.
Ganz good. I have a question to you, to Lisa and Al. First of all, congratulations what you're doing. It was very impressive to listen to your presentation, and I think you bring a lot of value to the people and companies.
Thank you, Roland.
My question to you guys is, to Lisa and you, is when you work as a team, as a man and a woman, how beneficial is it for organization? The reason I'm asking is because I'm also thinking about bringing a woman into my team, and so there's also a more feminine energy, not only my very masculine energy. And how beneficial is it for teams to have both a masculine and a female energy?
Okay, I feel really strongly about this. There was an organization that had one male executive coach for the entire company. And I said to him, there are certain things that a woman will share with a woman and that a woman will share with a man, and vice versa. And you need both, because simply by default, some people are just more willing to share with one gender or another, or more relatable. And if you only have one, that person can be really amazing and resourceful and effective. But having two, and the magic two, where both people can sit on both sides of the fence. It doesn't mean it needs to be strictly stereotypical male and strictly stereotypical female, because believe me, I have a verbal sledgehammer if I need it, which I would call masculine energy. However, the two of them, when blended well, really lends, I call it texture, but it's leadership texture, it's team texture, and it's a good one.
I just want to add one thing to that, and that is there's a difference between a partner and a prop.
Okay.
So when you mix the energy of the two genders, and they're real, it's not, we live in an age where people kind of pretend that somehow it's all blurred out and it doesn't make any difference. It makes a huge difference in relating to people. But the important thing is that neither partner in the relationship believes that they're a subordinate or a superordinate to the other. It's got to be a partnership. You got to listen and not just talk. And otherwise, it just doesn't work. That's a great question, Roland, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank
Yeah,
you,
I'm
Roland.
starting my first workshop with a girl as a girl, because she's much younger than me, together and to run a larger group as a man and a woman, and I'm very looking forward to this experience, the first time in my 30-year career of a coach.
Well, you make an interesting point too. You said she's younger. That's another feature. I know my son, who is almost 30, which I would call definitely different generation from us. When you introduce another generation as well to the mix, again, there's a certain relatability that will appeal to that set. So but it has to be that perfect blend. It can't just be because you say this is the recipe. I mean, that recipe has to taste good, right? So people will sense the magic when there is a fit, whether it's business associates, teams, leaders, parents, kids on the playground, whatever.
Absolutely.
Great.
Fantastic. Thank you. So we're actually running on time, which is an incredible miracle. Thank you, everyone. What I'm wondering is, Tracy, since you're here, you've got a video. It's about 5 minutes. And I know there are a number of people here who are dealing with dementia in the family. Would it be okay if we just ran your video now?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank
So
you.
what I'll say first is that Tracy is a 4-time caregiving survivor who has had 4 family members that she actually took care of. They had dementia, and she put together this book that at last count, there were 17,000 copies sold. I don't know how many there are today. Tracy, do you want to enlighten us?
It hasn't moved that much farther. We've kind of slowed down since the political crisis, but yes, it's getting closer to 18,000.
It's amazing. And so my mother had dementia. I was a full-time caregiver for her. And Tracy has a TV show here called Dementia Home Care Before, During, and After. And she helped me so much through what was one of the worst times of my life. And at the same time, I built this platform. So it's kind of interesting. So Tracy is definitely an expert when it comes to all things related to being a caregiver. It doesn't even have to be dementia, but because dementia has so many unique qualities to it, where you actually watch someone you love lose their mind. I mean, that's just the way that it is. It's very challenging. And I don't really think without Tracy's book that I would have done as well as I did, considering. So thank you for that, Tracy.
Thank you, Dr. Jack.
All right, I'm going to share Tracy's presentation. And the presentation is a little bit larger, so I have to get it off of the off of YouTube. But so here it is. It's called Yes, and a Powerful Tool for Dementia. Let's take a look.
Hi, everyone. I am Tracy Cram-Perkins, the host of the Dementia Home Care Show here on USA Global TV and Radio. And it is my privilege to share with you the Dementia Home Care Caregiving Camp. And today we're going to talk about dementia and the use of improv. So let's get started. Today we are going to learn how to use improv for everyday dementia caregiving. Let's look at some of the challenges caregivers face every day. When you're having a good day, how do you feel when someone corrects you when you're not wrong? How do you feel when someone calls you a liar when you're telling the truth? How do you feel when someone yells at you? And how do you feel when someone threatens you? What all of us want is to be loved, safe, secure, and valued. With caregiving comes exhaustion, grief, impatience, and loss. Then there's the I will not tell a lie. Lying is wrong. Unfortunately, reality orientation does not work, and let's look at why. With dementia, as with life, truth is a matter of perspective. We must join them where they are in their timeline. Understand that brain diseases cause the brain to shrink and develop holes, making it impossible to live in the now. As a result, the older memories are what are left behind and they feel like the present. It's important that we meet them where they are in their truth. It's also important that we give ourselves permission to relax and enjoy the moment and allow ourselves to laugh and have fun. You never know when something memorable will happen that will make you smile after they are gone. Let's learn how to play and have some fun using the 4 simple rules, shall we? Always respond in an agreeable manner by saying yes. Say yes and then make a statement. There are no mistakes, only opportunities. Before we get into the nitty gritty, let's look at why our loved ones are getting upset or angry or have aggression unrelated to brain changes. They're just as frustrated as we are by constantly being told they're wrong or that they are lying. For example, what good does it do anybody by forcing them to grieve over and over for someone they don't know is gone? So let's help them get beyond the no by saying yes. Let's improvise with yes and. For example, I want to go home. Your body language means everything here. So smile, relax, and say yes, and let me help you pack. Then walk them to their room, put the suitcase on the bed, and as they're filling the suitcase, you can say things like, yes, and tell me about that photo, or yes, and that shirt really brings out the color in your eyes. So as you're talking to them, you will be meeting the underlying needs of being safe, loved, secure, and valued. Oftentimes, simply by changing a scene, in this case, changing a room, or perhaps even going for a drive, will meet the underlying need or anxiety for them wanting to escape. So, what happens if we try something else? Let's say you have a loved one that, let's say your mom is living with you and you have a family member that passed. Let's say it's your brother. And your mother says to you, have you heard from Jonah lately? You can say, yes. And he is traveling. Let's take a video of him and let him know how much we love him. And I will text it to him. Think about what you just did there. You're letting your loved one express their emotion. They're getting to tell someone how they feel about them. And then think about how good you feel after doing that. By letting them express their feelings, you will feel better too. So give it a try. Remember that there are no mistakes and only opportunities. I invite you to learn more about my work at tracycramperkins.com. Visit my resources page to gain access to over 150 dementia related resources from adaptive clothing to wandering. Don't forget to sign up for my newsletter and immediately receive your copy of 10 Steps to Calming Aggressive Dementia Behavior. And you can watch past episodes of the Dementia Home Care Show here on USA Global TV's YouTube channel under playlists. Thank you for the honor of your time today.
Oh yeah, that was great. That was really great. And
That was
for people out
brilliant.
there who are listening, you still need to buy the book.
Fantastic. Tracy, what I wanted to share with you is when you said when you had those questions, I did all those things. Everything that the questions that you asked, I did all of them. Because you just don't know. You think to yourself, why is your loved one saying that they're in Africa when they're in New Jersey and they're looking out the window and they tell you they see tigers and things? And you think to yourself, this is crazy. Why are you doing this? But from your book and from the conversations we've had, it really is challenging because I think what happens is it comes up for the caregiver, and with the caregiver is feeling complete frustration and the inability to do anything positive to change the situation. So what you just shared there with that yes and, that is changing the dynamics. So bravo for you for coming up with that.
Really good.
Thank you.
You are most welcome. Any questions or comments for Tracy?
Actually, I have one, Tracy.
Yes.
So when you cited that example of, yes, let's pack, at what stage in disease progression is a tactic like that effective? Because what if the person's not so far along and you do the yes and they're all packed and they're expecting to go somewhere? Then what do you do?
Take them for a drive.
Okay.
Yeah, you want to play in their scenario, and then you can go and have lunch, and you can just you just have to. You're working until they relax and distract them, and eventually they'll forget. So if they're packed and they still expect to go, then you go for a drive, and then you say, "Oh, wait, I have a stop I need to make. Let's go do X. And then you go and you go shop, or you go to a museum or a grocery store, whatever it is that will take their mind off of what they're doing. Make sure that the suitcase is in the trunk so they're not looking at it, so that by the time you're done, they will have forgotten the need, because you've already taken them someplace, that need to travel, that need to leave. And then you can drive back home, and later you can get the suitcase back in the house without them seeing it. So it's making sure that you are taking care of them in that moment. So if they're early on in the disease and they still have their marbles, then you're going to talk to them just like a normal person. But when they're to the point where they're starting to progress and they have that urge to leave, that's when yes and becomes very useful. And then always treat them like an adult. Do not do baby talk with them ever.
Yep.
Did that answer your question?
It did. And can you just emphasize for the world out there how important it is for caregivers? I know, Jacalyn, you went through this as a caregiver. Caring for the caregiver, I mean, taking steps to care for yourself while enduring this is really important, because it's frustrating. I mean, now that experience you just cited, what if a person has to get to work and now has started this scenario of, we're going to go for a drive and they've got to get out the door. So can you just speak a word to those who are caring for loved ones in this position?
Well, this is a disease that shouldn't be hidden, and it shouldn't be shameful. So first of all, it's important to let your employer know that this can happen so that they can make accommodations, or your coworkers can help you with this, because this is not a disease that should be taken alone. And also, it's one of those things that the more people know and the more educated they are about it, the more compassionate they are. And you also might get help in unexpected places because of your willingness to share. Because most of the time we try to hide it because it feels like something shameful. It's like cancer was 40 or 50 years ago, where no one would talk about it. We're getting to the point where so many people are affected by it, and there's so many people that know absolutely nothing about it, that the more they know, the more helpful they can be. Or they can just say, I am not emotionally equipped to help you with that, because that's valid. Some people just cannot handle the situation, but other people can say, I can help you. I can make this a chicken casserole meal for you, or I can do whatever it is. So when you've got that moment where that's coming, and you're going to be late for work, and you have a couple of buddies at work that you can call and say, hey, I might be late. You text your boss, you let them know, you explain why, and you get whatever it is taken care of. Caregiving should not be done alone. And yes, it's going to affect work, but the more people that you can get into being supportive for it, and then also thank them for that too, because it is a two-way street and it does affect our coworkers. But if we can be supportive of each other, you're going to get that downtime, because a respite for you as a caregiver is non-negotiable. You have to have downtime. The more downtime you get, the better you are at caregiving. When you're too exhausted, you cannot care well, and you will not care for yourself.
Thank you, Tracy. Wow.
Mm.
You know, I just want a quick story on that. I was broadcasting a show, and I was in my studio, and I always have my phone near me in case something were to happen. And one of the neighbors texted me and said, your mother is out walking. She's close to I-95. And I tried to pull over and I couldn't get to her. And now I'm on a live show and I see this information. I didn't even know my mother left the house, and she had one of those tags that we put into her shoe, and I guess she took it out. So I just had to turn this show over to the guest, and I was like, you've got this show, and I'll try to end it from the car, and driving around looking for it. And I'll never forget that feeling of that helplessness, because if you have somebody in their 80s and it's in Florida and it's 90 degrees, they have no water, they don't know where they are, and the poor thing was terrified. And yeah, so it is frustrating, and it is really demeaning in a lot of ways to the caregiver, and of course to the person that's going through it. All right, so we are going to take a quick change. Roland, do you have an extra 10 minutes?
Okay, fine.
Okay, what we're going to do is I'm going to show this video that I put together, and it's really a tribute to everyone who's been on this journey. And I thought, well, Tracy was still here because I know she has to go, and Al and Lisa are here, and they've been here since the beginning. I really just want to run this video, and I apologize if there are any technical issues this morning. I saw there was a spelling mistake, so I fixed it. But let's take a look at this. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Every journey begins with a spark, a whisper from the heart that says, it's time. Mine began behind a microphone on Business Talk Radio out of New York. As a show host every Friday on The Drive Live at 5, Rapping with Dr. Jacalyn, I was interviewed by Mike week after week until I felt called to step into a new role, a role that I asked for to take over the show and host it myself. And that's when Rapping with Dr. Jacalyn, Stories of Hope and Inspiration was born, a tribute to the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation that had truly saved me. And it was my chance to help save others by giving them a place to share their story. My radio show presence grew from 1 show to 4 and then to 10. A new chapter started, one I never could have imagined. But a friend who was an empath told me years before that one day I would be on the red carpet. I wasn't sure what she meant by that. A journey that would take me from behind the microphone to in front of the cameras, and ultimately to building a global stage for others to shine. From there, I found myself on television, Morning Coffee and Rapping with Dr. Jacalyn on RVN TV. I was learning, I was growing, and I was trusting the process. That chapter closed during the pandemic. However, I still was on the radio, Business Talk radio show. And I realized it was time for me to spread my wings and fly. When that chapter closed and the new one started, I went back to Business Talk Radio with renewed purpose. But this time, I was behind the scenes as well. I was learning to be a production engineer. I was learning to take us over the airwaves and into new realms. I taught myself how to produce TV shows, how to stream globally, and how to bridge the worlds of radio, television, and podcasts. Rapping with Dr. Jacalyn was no longer just a show. It became a movement with meaning, with impact across global platforms. Learning how to bridge the worlds of radio, television, and podcasts meant that we were able to go out to new audiences all over the world. I ran 10 hours a day, 1 show after another, standing the entire time. And along the way, I was guided and supported by incredible co-hosts, collaborators, mentors, and coaches, each one of them helping me to shape the experience into something meaningful and unforgettable. It was during this time that Al Cini, trusted advisor and friend, who's also my mentor, we worked together to create a better you, a platform that really showcased so many of our wonderful team members who are still with us today. And that show and that platform evolved into one of our signature series, Talking Heads. Talking Heads is a place where experts come from around the world to share their knowledge, their expertise, to inspire and to elevate the conversation. On January 10th, 2022, USA Global TV and Radio was born. A platform founded on one simple yet powerful principle: elevated listening. What started as a vision became a mission to bring hope, education, inspiration, and connection to the world. With the help of those who believed in me, who mentored me, and walked beside me We built something extraordinary. We did. From show titles to logo transformations to streaming over 8,000 live broadcasts in more than 40 countries, the heart of our network has never changed. As the listening mentor, I have devoted my life to helping others rediscover inner peace through workshops, masterclasses, books, and courses. As a peace ambassador, I teach people, I teach the world what we so desperately need, how to truly listen to ourselves and to one another. Because when we feel heard, we begin to heal. This trailer isn't just a look back. It's a tribute to you, each and every one of you, our global community, the people who tuned in, the people who showed up, who believed in something bigger than themselves. You helped build this legacy. And as we gather today for our reunion show, we celebrate everything we've created together. USA Global TV and Radio continues to shine as a beacon of hope, a sanctuary for the soul, a global family united through the power of elevated listening. And this is only the beginning. This book, Broadcasting Brilliance, is a tribute to you, each and every one of you who have walked down this path with me. Whether you're mentioned in the book or not, please know that you were thought of in the writing of it. And our wonderful YouTube Silver Creator Award. I could not be more proud of this accomplishment with all of you by my side. It's because of you hosting the shows, because of you doing search engine optimization, because of you doing social media marketing, because of you sending people our way as guests. And to all the guests and loyal fans, we couldn't have done it without you. So this is only the beginning. And I want to thank you for sharing this ride and this journey with me. In the beginning,
That's great.
started with Business Talk Radio.
Mm.
The next chapter was RVN TV. The evolution begins. The creation of USA Global TV and Radio.
Welcome to Talking Heads on USA Global TV, starring the one and only wonderful Dr. Jacalyn. It's a prestigious place where world-class influencers and experts meet, and where you'll find the most trusted advisors and coaches for all things in life and business. Visit usaglobaltv.com to sign up for our newsletter, get the value you need, and be first in line to learn about events and giveaways and other valuable content. Connect with us. Email Dr. Jacalyn at usaglobaltv.com to talk about how you can become part of USA Global TV. That's USA Global TV, where the doctor is always in.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to USA Global TV and Radio. I'm Dr. Jacalyn Kerbeck. I'm the president, founder, and chief listening officer here at our network. Today's show is Rapping with Dr. Jacalyn, a show about nothing. The launch of the Listening Mentor. Certificates of completion. New look, same mission. Where we are today. Exclusive apparel and accessories.
Hello, beautiful soul family. Just a shout out to at Dr. Jacalyn and at USA Global TV and Radio, merching here, promoing here for the incredible Jacalyn Kerbeck. Dr. Jacalyn, we love you. And just wanted to say, if you have not visited USA Global TV and Radio, please do so. There are tremendously wonderful hosts on the network and from around the globe offering wonderful content. So I just wanted to, again, give a great shout out to Dr. Jacalyn Kerbeck and at USA Global TV and Radio. Humbled to be on this journey with you, and so very appreciative of the invite and the journey and the excitement and all that you are doing on behalf of so many to bring wellness and goodness into the world. Namaste to everyone. Have a great day. USA Global TV and Radio.
A new look for our flagship shows. Team Member Annual Awards. Weekly Top 10 Competition. Global Award-winning recognition. Network intros in foreign languages.
Willkommen zu Hause bei USA Global TV and Radio. Ein Ort, an dem Träume Wirklichkeit werden, Stimmen Gehör finden und Geschichten geteilt werden. Wo Kulturen sich begegnen, Verbindungen entstehen und Ideen in Taten umgesetzt werden. Dies ist Ihre Adresse für authentisches Storytelling, vielfältige Perspektiven und bedeutungsvolle Gespräche. Hier vereinen sich globale Geschichten und wir bauen Brücken über alle Grenzen hinweg. Wir bieten Ihnen Weltklasse-Bildung, Unterhaltung, Hoffnung und Inspiration. Gemeinsam bauen wir Brücken rund um den Globus. Abonnieren Sie unseren Kanal USA Global TV. Laden Sie unsere App herunter, USA Global TV. Seien Sie unser Gast und werden Sie Teil unseres Teams und besuchen Sie unsere Webseite usaglobaltv.com. Unser besonderer Dank gilt unserer Executive Producerin Dr. Jacalyn Kerbeck. Musikkomposition von Yifei Tang von Cloud Road Music. Sprecher Roland Friedl. Creative Director Paul Garcia. USA Global TV and Radio, Ihr Zuhause für globale Verbindung. Alle Rechte vorbehalten. Dieses Video und seine Inhalte sind das ausschließliche Eigentum von USA Global TV and Radio. Jegliche unerlaubte Nutzung, Vervielfältigung oder Verbreitung in jeglicher Form ist strengstens untersagt. Danke, dass Sie Teil unseres globalen Gemeinschafts sind und lassen Sie uns gemeinsam die Menschen inspirieren.
Promoting our global expansion, country and state partners. Giving back as a community. Partnership retreats. The YouTube Silver Creator Award, April 2025. Thank you for being part of this journey. Let's get back to the show.
I think I counted 14. I think I counted 14 different hairstyles.
Oh, I was thinking the same thing. I was going to say, Jacalyn, you can wear your hair so many different ways. They all look good. I love the short one. You know, I love the short one.
Thank you.
It's so funny.
I actually had to take myself off the screen because I thought I was going to pass out during watching myself. So. But I hope it came across how much we've evolved, and it's all because of all of you. So that's why I really wanted Al and Lisa and Tracy to be here, since I know you all have to run. So thank you for everything you've done to take us to where we are, and I'm looking forward to where we're going to continue to go.
Thank you, Dr.
Sounds great.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you very much. Okay, we are going to continue on with the show, and Roland is up next. Roland has done hundreds of episodes on our platform, and the way that he got brought to our platform was through a mutual friend who had a show here. And Roland, as you know, you were asked to be a guest, and you said you weren't interested because people are always cutting you off. They're always censoring what you're saying. And you decided to go ahead, and you were a guest. And then I reached out to you and said, would you like to join our team as TV show host? And I don't think you had any idea at that point in time. You probably have done, 400 episodes here.
I guess more or less, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And Roland and I just had the pleasure of meeting in person in Vienna about 3 weeks ago. So Roland, I'm going to turn it over to you. And you also have someone here with you, Renee, and I know you'll be introducing her at the appropriate time. So take it away, Roland.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining. And yeah, before I start, a big applause, a big thank you to Dr. Jacalyn Kerbeck to build up this network. I know it's a hell of work. And also in trusting me, and because I was an absolute newbie, and I still am. I'm still learning, and I was an absolute newbie in 2021. In September, I guess, I was an interview guest on a show, and then you, Dr. Jacalyn, contacted me if you want to run my own show, and I started, and what a journey, and it proves what I'm always saying is get out of the comfort zone, say yes if you have a good feeling, and learn it later. I guess that's a guy from the UK. I guess it was Richard Branson who said this quote, and it was always in my head. When you have a good feeling, just say yes, go for it, and learn it on the way. Because I strongly believe that many people have incredible knowledge, but they don't go out. They don't go on the market. They don't want to be seen on the market because they're scared, and because they believe they're not perfect, they believe they don't know everything, and they're going to die in beauty. And I want to be a role model for these people. That's why I'm doing so many different stuff, just to show, go for it and learn it on the way, and be brave enough that sometimes you may fail. So I just started a few years ago, and I did a lot of shows. I guess we started with the Manyoky Connection, that's still on. Then I did the Talking Heads, a few episodes, again 30 or 40 business episodes on Talking Heads, sharing what I teach the tech companies in the US and Canadian companies and English companies. That's actually my main job, has been my main job the last 30 years, facilitating sales and leadership trainings to big American tech companies like Xerox, OpenText, that's Canadian, Diebold Nixdorf in the US, Sage, and many other ones. Then I did the Wild at Heart show. That was a lot of fun. Up to 7 men from different countries, different region, different religious background, have been talking very openly about being a man and what it means to be a man in our society. It was a lot of fun. We did it a whole year, 50 shows. And for me, this show was the start of bringing my own YouTube channel in German, because I saw it also that in the German-speaking market, there are many men who do an amazing job as a man's coach, but I also see that there are a lot of men who need help, but they feel more comfortable in the German language. But on USA Global TV Radio, I did the Earth show. I still do it together with Dr. Jacalyn. We have a show I absolutely love. It's Your Healthy Lifestyle, because we're both in our 30s, Jacalyn. We're both in our 30s. And we strongly believe in a healthy, fit lifestyle. So we do it every Monday, our It's Your Healthy Lifestyle show, which I absolutely love. And yeah, a new chapter is opening. And the reason for that is I started a few months ago interviewing some people on USA Global TV and Radio in German, because my interview guests asked me, Roland, I can provide more value when I speak in German. I feel more comfortable in my mother language. So we started to do some shows in German. And from that moment on, the idea came up, maybe USA Global TV and Radio could start in other languages too. And then I suggested it to Dr. Jacalyn. We met in Vienna. And by the way, Jacalyn, it was an honor and a pleasure to have you in my beautiful home city in Vienna. And we talked about a concept, how we can do this. So we are starting in September, broadcasting German shows on USA Global TV Radio, and I'm very excited that. For my background, I don't speak too much about myself. If you want to find more out, get on my website. It's rolandfriedl.com. You will find links to other websites, my business content, where I deliver trainings, services, consulting for big tech companies. That's one side. It's SBS when you click on that. Then there is WLR, Wireless Life Rocks, where I do one-to-one coachings or mentoring over a 6-month period for people who want to have the same, I call it crazy lifestyle like myself, that maybe crazy for many eyes, because I'm not settled. I travel around Europe in my motorhome. I work remotely after I left this beautiful island, Mallorca, after 14 years. So there are more and more people who want to have a more remote lifestyle, a more independent lifestyle. So I coach them how they can, I wouldn't say survive, but how they can make a profitable business on the road remotely. And then when you go on S4M, it's meaning sparing for men. I'm very dedicated to men's work, because I absolutely know I'm a man by myself, by the way. I guess it's obviously, and I want to support men to find their spot in the society, because we see the last centuries, last decades, that there's a lot of talking about toxic masculinity, narcissism, and stuff like that. And a lot of men feel uncomfortable and insecure. So I'm very dedicated to that. And yeah, that's all about me. And I hope you can. I would love to inspire you to run your own show on USA Global TV Radio. Maybe you're an audience, when you're listening to the show, I can tell you from a spot, I will never forget it. I ran my first show in Mallorca. That's the reason I called it Mallorca Connection. I ran my first show and I had a pot of coffee. I'm a coffee lover, by the way. And a pot of hot coffee. I was very nervous. My other dog at the time was lying beside me, and he was snoring so loud, and I was so scared. Hopefully you can hear it on the ether that he's snoring. By the way, he did snore, but you can hear it. This was my first show, and from this beginning on, so much things happened, and I'm so grateful for this opportunity. I'm so grateful for this community. I would call it rather a family at USA Global TV and Radio, and the connection with all the other hosts here, and we can learn so much from one another, and also from the listening mentor, Coach Dr. Jacalyn. Yeah, I'm so happy and proud about it. I don't want to talk too much because we're a little bit behind in time, and I don't know if I can introduce a person who is collaborating with me on a German-speaking marketing, supporting me to find or select the right topics and select the right people behind for the German-speaking shows. Maybe we can bring you up directly, or Dr. Jacalyn will do Renee in person. Oh, here she is. Hello, Renee.
Hi.
Hi.
Oh my
Hi, Renee.
goodness. I'm just like, I'm celebrating here. I'm listening very carefully all the gold nuggets you were sharing. So first of all, thank you. I feel so honored to be here and just like be a part of this journey.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Maybe, Renee, you can share a little bit about your background, what you're doing, and why you. When I talked to you about USA Global TV and Radio, and you also have been with me in Vienna when we met Dr. Jacalyn, a little bit about your background and why you say USA Global TV and Radio is such a big opportunity, not only to learn and grow personally, but also to spread your brand and your business.
So this is a lot. So first of all, so my background. So so my name is Renee Isermann. I'm original from the north of Germany. So I'm joining right now from the north of Germany. And you were bringing me on the show in December last year. And that was the first moment I got a spark and the energy and how everything is just like connecting without words in a really loving and supporting way. And I think we need this. We need people, they show up and inspire with truth, with their story, with what they embody. And I think this is where we make the change. And this is why I feel this is the right spot for me to engage and to bring my knowledge and everything I can support on the table. So, and yeah, so. And Vienna, I was living 15 years in Austria. Vienna was one of my hometowns, and I was really so happy. Yes, and this is my brand new baby. And my slogan with Yoga for Face is since 8 years, change your life with your smile. And Tracy was bringing up how important smile is. And I want to just like really get into this and take this time, because I was thinking, so what highest contribute I can put today in the show? And the smile is really a door opener. And I want to really point this out because and I'm just like, because this is why I was thinking this is I have to share. We have to talk about, is Tracy still in the room, by the way, or not?
Whatever you want.
Yeah, is Tracy still in the room?
Yeah.
Tracy needs to go to a meeting.
Yes, okay, she's in a meeting, but just like you know the story, Jackie, you know the story. Come back.
Yes.
If this is okay. So because we three were in Vienna, and that was so amazing, and so we all have life story, and this is why we inspire and specific the listening part. So Tracy was saying, okay, we have to listen and to see, and saying yes with a smile. And I want to point this a little bit out, because this is really the deepest part of my work in Yoga for Face, to change the world with your smile, to have really bring attention. So when we are all only saying yes and smiling, you get then a cramp in your face. So yes, you have to accept what it is and you have to do the best, but the smile part, you can train this. This is the biceps in your face, your cheeks. And by the way, you can train this. And this is so important. If you go to struggles in life, this is your compass. And if it's getting really worse, take a pencil and a tree and just breathe. And I promise you after 60 seconds, you will have a shift. So, and the other part, and this is 2 exercises I want to just like give for free, and please do and try this and give us feedbacks if this is working and what this is changing in your body system. Because one thing is, when we only use our brain control, the brain control is nice, but our emotions are stored in our body systems. And this is what we have to clean up, to express and get out, but in a healthy way. So, and if you only smile, then you can get cramps. So instead of when things are really going not the way you want, and believe me, I know how life can be, instead of just like biting and smiling and just like here, because this is going to your jaw and this is going in your neck, and then you get other circumstances. So instead of say, wow, and open up and just like try this between, okay, smiling, okay, everything is nice, cool. And when you think nothing is working and your heat is cooking up inside, your temperature is going up, then just like really express yourself. Wow. You can say it loud, you can say it silent, but and breathe. So this is what your body needs for the support when you want to make a high performance without side effects. Because this is showing up in your face. And yoga for face means unfold your uniqueness in every single way of your being. And life is showing up in your face, not the aging process. It's showing up how you treat yourself in stressful situations. And stressful can be family, business, illness, or whatever. So we can have stress from Wi-Fi, but it's all about just like how you take care. And I always say time for me. So what are the 5 minutes, not smoking a cigarette? What are the 5 minutes that are supporting you to get your energy back to center, to relax your muscles, to relax your brain, find the right solutions and see clearly what's going on. But this is only happen when you release the emotions and all this, what your body has to handle. So, and this is what I'm all about. I'm all about to make it easy, fun, and playful, no matter what's on your table, and to stay in your power, grounded. And yeah, wrinkles and radiant glow and everything else is coming along the way when you do the work within on a daily basis. So, and this is where I'm teaching 4 easy steps. And so, Jackie, you were putting up my website. It's pretty new. Always come and talk with me, write me an email. I have 6-week programs. I have a free jumpstart if you want to try to learn about the smile and how important that is. So keep me posted. But I believe we will change the world with our smiles. But it starts from within. It's not the fake thing. It's really just unfolded. And be aware when you're not in the smiley mood. And this is also okay. Then say just, wow. And make the shift.
Thank you, Renee, for sharing. I think it's also important that people smile with a real smile, from the bottom of their heart, even if it's not easy because we are all distracted. Many people are stressed, and a lot of people try to suppress the stress or negative emotions that are coming up by whatever helps or whatever they think that helps them, like any drug, whether it's alcohol, eating, or pharmaceuticals, or whatever it is. And I think you really showed them a very healthy, good alternative, and it's actually for free. Smiling is for free. You don't have to sign up wherever in a course or whatever. Smiling is for free. So thanks for the work that you're doing. My last question I have to you is regarding to USA Global TV and Radio. What is your goal or your vision in the collaboration together to bring USA Global TV and Radio on the German-speaking market?
What is my goal?
Yes, what's your vision?
My vision is, I want to change the world with my smile. So I'm teaching this. And I want to inspire other people really to stand up for their message. So this is where I have the program, the status. And please, if you want to bring out your vision, stand up for yourself, embody it. And this is where we need this platform. And I want to inspire women and men really just like, you have a gold nugget that the world needs. So this platform is, I love it. So I have so many speakers in Germany where I see we need this knowledge and we need a stage and rooms to talk about it in a free way. So, and this is why this is so beautiful, to make a shift. So, and get the message out. And this is the best platform for it. So my goal is just like, spreading the message.
Yeah, sharing world-class education, inspiration, and hope for people, and
Yeah.
that's what we need nowadays. Yeah, thank you very much for your engagement. Sorry?
And teaching. So, and Jackie is just like putting something very important out, with learn to listen. Learn to listen. So, and so this is, I'm your biggest fan. So this is so important that we become an understanding for each other. So this is the goal. So people need that. We have to show up. So everything I can do is right now, I'm standing up. And Roland, you said, learn it later. So I was saying, yes, I'm in, because my gut and my whole system was vibrating. I was just like, this is my right spot. So no matter what, I'm going for. So this is why I'm here, because we have a message we want to share and we want to make a change, right?
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Renee. Thank you, Roland. And we will have a custom graphic also for Renee. So Roland is our official country partner for Germany, Austria, and Switzerland. And what that means is he wants to speak with you if you are interested in doing your own television show on our platform, USA Global TV and Radio, in German. So please do reach out to him, and he'll be working closely with Renee. I thank both of you for being here. We're going to bring up our next guest, and you're welcome to stay. Our next guest has been with me since the beginning. And as you know, we talked about in the beginning how people come and go, and that's the way that it should be in life, that we are together and then we go our separate ways. And then if it's meant to be, we come back together. So Janetta Barry has always been very loyal. We did a number of shows together. The Epiphany Process, World Jenny's Day, which I actually remember producing for 16 hours without anyone to reprieve me. So that was quite interesting during the pandemic. And we also had Global Adventures, and I think there were one or two more. But Janetta is in Kenya, and I believe she's in Kenya. We'll find out if she's relocated, but she's got an incredible backstory, and she's also got an amazing presence on television. She's done a tremendous amount of work herself in the area of media, but her primary goal has always been to be there for people, to provide a safe place for people to share. People are going through incredible traumas. People are going through the worst things in their life that we see on mainstream news, and we think to ourselves, wow, I can't even believe that actually happened to someone. Janetta is the place, the person that people have gone to. Let's welcome Janetta back to the program and find out what she's been up to. Hello, Janetta. Good to see you.
Hello, everybody. Renee, lovely to meet you. Roland, wow, it's been too long. All of you, Dr. Jacalyn, thank you so much for this invitation back. I didn't realize how much I missed being with all of you. So thank you.
Thank you. It is interesting how you work with people and you become friends, and then, when they're not there and then they come back, you're like, wow, this feels so familiar. It feels so good. So Jeanette, it's a pleasure to have you here. This is your 15 minutes. So I just want to give you the opportunity before we send you to your presentation up in the solo spotlight. What would you like to share about what you've been up to for the last couple of years?
Yeah. Having been with USA Global TV, I was also a talking head. And of course, World Jenny's Day, collaborating with you, Dr. Jacalyn, and USA Global TV. We did that 2 years running, where we ran for like 24 hours for mental health. And this all started when I lost my 16-year-old daughter, Jenny, to suicide after she and I had an enormous argument, and I had to walk the walk and talk the talk, and that's where the Epiphany Process was born. And I've helped thousands of people all over the world with that. But in the more recent times, it felt like I needed to take a step back Now I understand why, because at the beginning of this year, some pretty personal, large personal challenges stepped into my life once again. And I was actually asleep one night, and I rolled over and tucked my right hand under my left side of my body. And I found that I had 3 lumps in my breast. And I had always prided myself that with having been through so much, I'm a cancer survivor from 26 years ago, and I studied it really intensely on how to bring dis-ease when you're not at ease with yourself back into balance again. And over these years, I very rarely have had a cold. If I had something major, I was able to reverse it. I had a really big illness about 2 years ago, and I reversed it in 3 days when it should take 2 weeks in intensive care. So there was a lot of that going on over the years, where I was either able to balance the disease or keep it away completely. And I wanted to share today, because with all that's been going on in the redirect of this last year, I have decided that I wanted to bring my other love in my life, not just the Epiphany process and World Jenny's Day, but my other love, which is the African bush, into this and integrate it. And I've been slowly working with that. So with that happening, I thought, right, this is the next part of my purpose for the rest of my life. And then these challenges started happening at the beginning of the year. And then I found these 3 lumps. And I wanted to share, rather than my work that's coming up, which I will present very soon, watch this space, I wanted to share the journey I had this year with those 3 lumps. And I think people are quite taken aback when they hear how I actually handled it, because the moment I found them, normally I'd go into meditation and the intuitive stage of meditation to get an idea of what had created this disease, to bring it. And usually breast is about a perception that we're not feeling nurtured. So I was looking, where am I not feeling nurtured? Well, a lot of that had to do with what I was being challenged with at the beginning of the year. And so I understood that. And then I went, I know I can sit here with all the techniques I've studied over 26 years and reverse those lumps and make them go into nothing. I've done it with other bits and pieces that have presented themselves over the years. And I sat in meditation and prayer and going into my intuitive side. And I got quite an interesting message back, which was, don't do that. Allow this to happen. And it was like, okay, so I don't work on dissipating those lumps, and it's got a message for me, and it's going to take me somewhere I've never been before. And so I didn't. And I gathered my family and I sat them down and said, we don't know yet whether these lumps are benign or malignant, but if they are, before we do anything else, I want you to understand that there are 3 things I believe in, that I've had a purpose, and boy, have I created a lot in my life, that I did not want to stay on the planet for the wrong reasons. That going forward would be because I'm inspired by life and not scared to die. Now, a lot of you who know me believe so strongly that death has been given a bad name. So in finding that potentially my mortality was at stake, I did not want, I said to my family, if this does turn out being this way, I don't want to fight it for the wrong reasons. I want to step into it, embrace it, and find out what the hidden message is. So that was the next thing. What is that hidden message? And the third one was to understand that in doing this, there were going to be incredibly scary moments. Couldn't be so sure and surefire. And I knew that I'd have my moments of doubt, my moments where I regressed and all. So those were the three things I said to my children. And we stepped out on that path together. And I realized I'd been running a very big story, that my children were grown up with their children and I had done my job with them. And although it would be very nice to have me around, it wasn't crucial. That they'd moved on. They didn't really need me around. And I've been running that story for many years. It's such an interesting one. And this made me stop in my tracks and go, oh, I didn't even know I was running that. So that came to light with all of this. And the most amazing thing happened were in going down all the tests, the biopsies, everything that goes with finding lumps in the breast. Suddenly, my children stepped forward in ways I've never known them to before. And an outpouring of love I've never experienced from them before, and some very serious conversations about how much I am needed and how very important it is that I stick around. And when the biopsy came back, it was like on the fence that it could be cancerous. And then I went on to have a lumpectomy, and that point they found I did have stage 1A cancer about 8 weeks ago. And again, the outpouring of love, the tenderness, the different conversations I had with my children and grandchildren, the opportunity to grow closer than ever before, then brought me in meditation and prayer to the redirect, that this wasn't a redirect about my life purpose with the epiphany process, or about World Jenny's Day, or about the next part of the African bush and the epiphany process coming together. It wasn't that. But that my redirect is that in this last stage of my life, be it 10, 20, 30 years, is about my family. And it's about expanding that, and that legacy is more powerful than the universal one on my family level. And it blew me away, and I wanted to share that with you today. I did go overseas for all these tests and the operation, and was told that on returning, and I returned 2 weeks ago back home to Kenya, that they recommend I have a series of radiation 24 treatments and hormone treatment for 5 years. And I've sat again in meditation and intuition, and I'm getting really strong sense that now is the time to bring in the healing, and knowing that the way forward is that all this is as it should be, and the disease, the dis-ease, and the nurturing went in one form at the beginning of this year. And in allowing the disease to move a little bit from a place of not fear, but from a place of love and allowing, I got nurturing in a new form from my family that has been so powerful. So my message for today in my 15 minutes is to understand the power of challenge, the power of dis-ease, and the power of being able to see there are always messages in what you're dealing with when you work and process with an open, loving heart. And it's with that, if any of you would like to know more about how to do this, I am at the moment dealing with people also challenged with disease. Again, I'm dealing with, by the way, not surprisingly, with a lot of pilots who are feeling suicidal, by the way. So I'm dealing with that a lot at the moment, but I am also dealing with a lot of people wondering what their disease is and not allowing that disease to make them feel threatened or scared of dying. And so that they can move forward powerfully from a choice of seeing where the opportunity is in the disease and where their life purpose is taking them. So if you'd like to talk more with me, you're very, very welcome. And I just want to thank you, Dr. Jacalyn, again for having me back and to be with all of you again. I'm inspired to just share that and say I love you all, and thank you.
Janetta, thank you for your courage, your transparency. It's amazing. When I met you the first time, and I think it was 4 years ago, you were doing an interview here and you were talking about how you lost your daughter. And I didn't think that there'd be anything that you could tell me that would shake me to the ground again. And here you are, and yet you have a smile on your face. You're so positive. You don't have a mean bone in you. I mean, I know people would be like, why is this happening? And they would just be furious. And yet you look at it from a completely different perspective. And I just have so much love and honor for you.
Thank you so much. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's been a tough 3-4 months, and times where I was like, why am I doing this? And sometimes the pain. But the bigger picture, seeing that has been so inspiring. And thank you for giving this space to be able to share this with others today.
Absolutely. Well, as women, I mean, we've got Renee here, and we've got the Reverend. You know, this is something that we think about most of our lives. It comes up. We know somebody that's impacted by breast cancer. My grandmother had it. And so to hear that you have been going through this and the way that you're dealing with it. I also want to mention, when you talked about pilots, for Reverend and for Renee, they may not know, but Janetta has worked with people who have been kidnapped, or people who were suicidal, or people who were affected by natural disasters, and their whole life, went right before their eyes.
Terrorist attacks,
Yeah, so she deals with people that have situations that are not everyday run of the mill, and using your own practice on yourself is amazing. So thank you for that. And Reverend, would you like to ask any questions or make any comments, Renee?
The only thing I have to say is you are amazing. You are amazing, Renee. You're amazing, Janetta. I admire both of you. And I do smile a lot because I am happy.
Well, that's a good thing.
Yes.
We're happy that you're happy. Renee, what would you like to share with Janetta?
No, just like, it's amazing. It's so important that we show up as we role models to make the shift, and to be an example that no matter what happened in your life, it's your decision to get up and to get the gold nugget. So this is why we are sitting here. So this is really important. Thank you so much for sharing.
Well, thank you. And Renee, actually, you definitely are sent to be next to me in this time slot, because I was only speaking to my daughter-in-law, who's like, actually, she's so like Jenny, my daughter. I have conversations with her going, this is what I thought I would miss in losing Jenny, and I'm having them with this daughter of mine. And she was only saying the other day, what about yoga for face to tighten up muscles? And I was going, yeah, I must check that out. And here you are. I love it.
And by the way, I don't think that, no, I guess you were next to her. Yeah, you, Renee, and then Janetta. So it is divine intervention and I love when the universe brings us together like this. And Janetta, I just want to say, you have always been a leader and a role model, and you've brought so much value to USA Global TV and radio. And I just want to thank you for the endless time and commitment that you've made over the years to be here.
It's just been so lovely to be part of the show's growth. I was able to practice my hobby in doing global adventures with you. I used to love that show most out of everything else, sharing unusual adventures from people all over the world in different ways than normal programs would. It's just been such a treat. So thank you, Dr. Jacalyn. And yeah, I can't wait to meet you one day. We'll make it happen.
It's going to happen. Are you still in Kenya?
I'm back in Kenya. I was out for 3 months. So I'm back. My family came back. Some of my family came back with me to make sure that I wasn't alone and that I was nurtured. My son Neil is still, Neil, Dr. Jacalyn. My son Neil is still here for another 10 days because we're working on this future way forward with the Epiphany and the African Bush together. So yeah, I'm back home, and it's just so lovely to be back home.
Well, the images that you shared with us from Kenya were absolutely magnificent. And is Neil still involved with Safari?
Very, very much so. And that's where he and I are collaborating. I'll share a tidbit of it. What we're doing is his work in Kenya, and I've been made a director of his work for East Africa. And then I will let you know soon.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Well, it's wonderful to have you here today, and don't be a stranger because you have so much to give back to the world. And I know that if anyone can get through this and can excel at this, it's you. So I know that you have all the skills and everything inside of you to help you, and we're here to support you.
Thank you so much. And just so lovely to see new faces as USA Global TV expands more and more. And I send you all huge amounts of love.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Janetta. Thank you, Renee. Reverend, it's time for your 15 minutes. And ladies, you're welcome to stay. So I'm going to just do a quick introduction for Reverend Lydia. Reverend Lydia is on A Woman's Prerogative. She's on with Caroline Heward. That's a show that's on every week. And that is one of our flag show programs. Janetta, you were on it for years. And it's amazing how the show continues to evolve. We've had some incredible women. So Reverend is on that. And then she also has her own show that's in French. It's our first French show. And I think I have the graphic. It's La Voix de la Garrison. I hope I said that right. And it's amazing that we're at the point now where we have shows in other languages. So Reverend, thank you for taking that initiative. And the Reverend is also one of our country managers for Canada and for French-speaking provinces. And you saw that in the video trailer. And her role will be to bring on new people who want to do shows in French or in English. So Reverend, please tell us a little bit about your background and go ahead with your presentation.
Well, about my background, I come from a mining town, very, very remote in Canada, where there was not even a road to actually reach our town. So in our town, we did not know about poverty, about problems or things like that. My father worked for the mine. I was raised in a family that had dysfunctional problems, I would say. So I went to therapy many, many, many years. I'm a healer. I'm a born healer. Actually, I'm a medium. I'm psychic. And being a psychic, I was treated differently. That is for sure. I was a registered nurse. I am a holistic nurse. And I do my own jewelry. I have my own line of jewelry. I work with back flowers. And I created a mist that is called the Miracle Mist. This mist is actually to elevate the energy. So I have had the luck of having had a discussion with the source that told me how to make it. And it works for people, it works. So the ones that actually have tried it have always told me it works. And it elevates energies and purifies spaces for either protection or rituals. So it is in the form of liquid, so it is better than smudging for some people, because smudging has an odor, and it's difficult to smudge when you are in a place where you're not allowed to smudge or smoke or whatever. And I joined USA Global TV and Radio in December, so I am a newbie and very happy to be. And with the help of Dr. Jacalyn, I have learned a lot. I have a huge amount still to learn, but I was the person that barely could take her emails, and there I am having a podcast. I am quite happy. I really am happy. I'm a reverend because the thing is that I am a very resilient person. At the age of 41, I was diagnosed with a parasite. And this parasite left me 2 years bedridden and then in a wheelchair. While everyone was waiting because I was told I would not make it, I was resilient and I did not believe what I was told, because I had a daughter. I still have my daughters, by the way. I had my daughter that was at that time 8 years old, and I decided that I wanted to see her graduate, and I wanted to be able to walk at her graduation. So I had a goal, and I had to understand why actually I was dis-ease also. So I do actually think that Janetta really has it. She really has it. So in my town, it was a mining town, so it was it was 15 men for one woman. So women were not treated equally. So I started very, very young, advocating for peace, equality, and equality. I did that. I was in all kinds of movements. I was president of my school, did many things like that. I studied metaphysics, and from then on, I started writing books, self-help books. And those books are reflections that I had throughout the years as a nurse, as a reverend, because I was working in ICU, I was working in emergency. It was quite difficult at sometimes, but it was challenging. And I actually am extremely happy because I had a successful career. And when you actually learn resilience through all that, you are at peace. And since I am a happy person, because just the fact that I am alive, that I can share with others, that I can talk to my children, that I have a spouse that is absolutely nice. He is very, very nice. This, from being in pain on a constant basis in a bed, to having the life that I have now, on 54 acres with wildlife. I am so blessed because I attracted it to me. I decided I was not a victim. Absolutely. I was sexually assaulted. I was not a victim. I am not a victim, because the thing is that I decided not to be a victim. I decided to grow from it and not to hate, because giving hate was giving my peace. So I decided not to hate and not to give my peace to anyone, because I refuse to give my peace. I'm at peace, and I like for people to be at peace around me. I'm a person like that. I had many setbacks, but it made me a leader, that is for sure. So I was able to write those books. I have learned wisdom. I still have lots of wisdom to learn. I had transformations throughout the years. My children have, my surrounding has. And even if I was judged for being different, I do not care. It is absolutely, I do not feel there is a problem. People judge and they are used to judge. So I always say, don't think negative of yourself because the other ones are taking care of it. So think positive about yourself. The other ones, they're doing a good job for you. So that is pretty much what is what I do is that I have doing with therapies, with programs, with self-reflections, because I work in psychiatry also, and being a medium, I actually can help people understand their feelings. Because when you do not understand your feeling, you have a problem. Because at the base, if you understand what you are feeling, you actually put the dot on it. So that is, and you can adjust faster to a new life when you have a challenge, if you understand what you are going through, what you're pulling through. And Janetta is a wonderful example of what she did in her life. She did it on several occasions, and I admire her. This is great. And I, I see life as a therapy. We go through life and we have therapy all the time because we learn from others, we grow from others, we grow from our experience, we grow from the traumas also, and we grow from happiness. So if we feel happy, we attract happiness. And if we feel poor me, why me? Well, we will stay in that state, in this why me state. Things happen, they happen for a reason. It is our choice to decide if we will go through it, pull through it, and stay head over water, or if we will be a victim through our ordeals. I chose to learn, and I think most of the surrounding at USA Global TV and radio are people that actually think the same as me, are all winners. So thank you very much for having me, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Reverend. Let me bring everyone. And Red is joining us. Red, hello.
Howdy,
So,
all.
Reverend, thank you for sharing your story. I've heard some of it before, and I'm always moved. It's like with what Janetta shared with people going through major things in their life that you look at them now and you would not know it, right? You put that smile, you put the smile on your face, and the world thinks all is well. So thank you for being here. Thank you for doing the first show in French, and hopefully you'll be bringing many more people on, and people can tune in and watch you every week on A Woman's Prerogative.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Janetta, Renee, Red, anything you'd like to ask or comment to the Reverend?
I would love to say, I wonder how many people don't realize how you have underplayed the journey you had to go through in being intuitive. And it's quite a journey. And I would like to invite you to expand that journey more and more and share that journey with people, because there are a lot of people out there who are incredibly intuitive and have shut it down because it's quite a difficult journey to decide to take. And I just think you've got such a wonderful opportunity to help many to step into their truth and light with the journey that you've taken.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, I will.
That was beautiful,
Well,
Janetta.
thank you.
Thank you. Renee, you're on mute, but do you have anything for the Reverend?
No, it's so important that we talk about those things, but from the perspective to empower us. So thank you for showing up as a leader and just like giving hope no matter what happens. So it's really this is gold.
And it's interesting because I feel like with Red here, I feel like I've got my brother, and with Jeanette, I've got my sister, and then we have our 2 new children who just joined. And I don't mean any disrespect by that. I just mean because of the amount of time. Reverend, you're new. Renee, you're brand new. And Red and Jeanette have been here for years. So it's nice to have this dynamic that we have here today. Okay, Red, it's going to be your 15 minutes, and I'm just going to, first of all, put up Janetta's information because we didn't get to share that. Janetta, can you just go through ways for people to contact you?
Yes. For anybody who'd like to know how to step powerfully into their challenges so that they become opportunities that really you, on a conscious and an unconscious level, you actually feel as though you've got a sense of purpose in your challenge. theepiphanyprocess.com. Have a look at it. Chat with me. You can get me on Facebook, as I've put there, LinkedIn as well. But I have shared a little bit with the olaleshwa.com link there, where I am moving forward with my work and with Matters Africa and Traveling Africa and so on. Have a look at that. That's a labor of love. That is actually where I live, on that website. And just watch this space as I announce more with it. Thank you, Dr. Jacalyn. Oh, there it is. Oh, wow.
There it is.
Yes, that's the view from my bedroom window.
It's phenomenal.
And that's the Great Rift Valley. That's the Lake Naivasha filled with hippopotamus. That's a semi-dormant volcano behind it. And I'm surrounded by wildlife. If you click on perhaps Olorion Villa, Olaleshwa is Maasai. It's from the Ma language. And this is what we've been working on.
Wow.
It's just, and it's just so uniquely different. This is one of two villas, and how we're bringing my work into the villas as well, and expanding throughout East Africa with other things happening there. This has been an amazing labor of love, and yeah, that gives you an insight. Look at that. There's bedroom 1. I am actually sitting in bedroom 1 now. I put my green screen up there because right now I don't have my studio because they're rebuilding my house. But I am sitting behind those glass doors, you see.
Yes, see you, Janetta. There you are. I'm kidding.
Hello. So that gives you an idea of the different bedrooms in the villa and how the villa looks. Olaleshwa, the other villa, is still there. Where the pillows and cushions, they've moved that bed, and I'm sitting. My green screen is in front of that wall there.
Beautiful.
It is really, really. It's just beautiful. And in fact, as I'm sitting looking out, it's nighttime now, but from where I'm sitting forward, there it is. That bath is what I can see. So you can bath in the garden. It's really very, very
magnificent.
Yeah.
Looks like a trip to Kenya is in order.
I think so. And we must have a couple of workshops or something going on. That's the bathroom behind me, where I'm sitting. This is all very specialized marble concreting. People from the coast of Kenya or Mombasa have to come up and do that marbling. It's quite something. And the roof is Swahili matting. You can see the ceiling there is Swahili matting. So very precious.
I love all the attention to detail.
Yeah, it's been quite a thing. So that's bedroom number 1. And then next is bedroom number 2, where there's a shower in the garden. So each garden is secluded. Nobody can get in. It's your little sanctuary. So you can either shower outside or inside. So this is the bathroom for bedroom number 2. Again, with this special marble concreting. There are not many people who can do it. So it's quite an art. There's bedroom number 3 of a Lorient Villa. And so, and a Lorient, by the way, is it is a tree that the Maasai use to burn, and because one of their staple diets over the years has been milk and blood mixed together. So they use the Lorient tree to burn into the milk, to smoke the milk, to preserve it out in the bush, the Lorient tree. And it's actually a wild fig. So, yeah. And then here's the lounge, dining room, kitchen. We've just got a new chef coming in. She's doing a cook-off tonight, so I'm going to have to pop off just now as we have guests, as she's presenting her menus and plating it in 5-star plating. So we've got that tonight. So I've got to pop off now, but that gives you an inkling of where we're going.
I love it. Congratulations. I'm so happy for you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Before you go, I would love it if you connected with Renee and with the good Reverend. I'm sure you're connected with Red. The contact details are all there in the chat.
Thank you. Thank you. And again, so much love. It was kind of lovely to almost see you, Red. I'm sorry I'm missing your presentation, but good to be in contact with you again. And again, lots of love to you all.
Lots of love to you, Jenna. Janetta, we'll be in touch.
Have fun. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Bye. Red, thank you so much for being here. For those of you who are not familiar with Red, maybe Renee, because you're brand new, we're super happy to have you. Red has been with me since the beginning. He has 3 shows of his own, and they are The Corner Bookstore, The Wise Ones, and Talking Heads. And this man, in all the years I've known him, I think he might have missed one broadcast, because he was somewhere else. Usually when he's traveling, he's still doing the shows anyway. That is the type of commitment that he has. He's a true professional. And he is also our state partner for Texas. So he'll be looking to bring people on to expand our footprint. He is a researcher. And he is also a publisher. He's published and edited all of my books, which I think we're up to, I don't know, is it 18 now, Red?
Somewhere double digits for certain.
Yeah, for sure. So he's a wonderful book coach. I know he doesn't do book coaching for everyone, but if you are a first-time author, you may want to reach out to him. He can give you some guidance, and you can hire him to work with you. And every week on Talking Heads, he comes up with a new topic. It's unbelievable. How long have you been doing Talking Heads, Red?
More than a couple of years, I believe.
Yeah, just imagine every week he's doing a presentation by himself, and it's a different presentation than he's done before. And this series that he's doing now is about wellness. He does a lot about longevity, wellness. He's done about being a first-time author, how to write a book for free. So I definitely recommend that you reach out to him. And I'm going to be meeting him in person very soon. So I'm excited about that. And I just want to thank you, Red, for all of the loyalty and professionalism, friendship, and love that you've shared with me over the years. I've mentioned this before, but you and your wife, Marilyn, were super supportive to me when my mother was dying, when she had dementia, and I'll never forget that.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. This stage is yours, my friend.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jacalyn. Really appreciate the opportunity. Back about 2007, somewhere in December, I think it was the 7th, I was coming back from lunch and got a note saying, HR wants to see you. I was working for Halliburton at the time. And I go in there and, whoa, surprise, I'm being retired today. Well, they made me an offer I couldn't refuse. And so I didn't refuse it and got involved in a couple things, but not working for anyone else. I was more in the mode of self-improvement, motivation, inspiration, speaking, writing, etc. And that kind of evolved for a couple of 3 or 4 years. Didn't really blossom until my wife came down with breast cancer. And then all of a sudden, she's taking chemo, she's doing radiation, and there's just a lot of things that are going on. And I had majored in chemistry in college. My first degree, I got 5 degrees, but my first degree was chemistry. And I decided, okay, fine, I haven't been in this for a while. Let me see what I can do. So I got a little bit of research, well, at Halliburton, I have been doing research on why do things fail. You put a tool down a hole, you do this, you ship it over here, and they fail in a number of different areas. In some cases, they don't even make it into the plant and they're failed. So I was fairly well versed in examining how do things fail. So I took that same mindset and says, well, how do our bodies fail? And I started looking at the cellular level in the body and discovered literally about 99% of all disease starts in the body at the cellular level from chronic low-level inflammation that's left unattended. And so that was nice to know, but it really didn't help me with my wife's symptoms. But over time, managed to find a lot of hacks, I guess is probably one of the more current words, but options that we could take. And literally by the time she got through with chemo, we extended her an extra couple weeks before she went into radiation. I changed it over what's called the Wahls Protocol diet. That's Dr. I think of what her first name is now, Terry Wahls, Wahls. And she wrote this book, and I thought it might be of value to my wife. So she was still on about 2 to 3 3-hour naps a day, not eating, just really phlegmatic, fatigued all the time. And put her on that, and 48 hours later, boom, she's awake. And I think for over a year after she changed her diet, she didn't even take a nap. 7 days later, she was going up to the church, volunteering again. She went through radiation without anything at all affecting her. And then even though the radiologist said her fatigue would probably get worse, I picked her up the last day of radiation. We drove to Jacksonville, Florida, 1,000 miles. I picked up a U-Haul, my parents' estate stuff. She followed me 500 miles each day by herself. No problems 48 hours after her last radiation. And why? Because we changed the diet. The diet is so critical. This particular one, the Wahls Protocol, has over 30 nutrients the body needs on a daily basis. So if diet can wipe out months of chemotherapy and weeks of radiation, why would it not work for anything else? So that got me back into a different mindset. And that's when I started studying longevity, age-related diseases. And that is where I've been ever since. So I classify myself now as a researcher. I research the human body at the cellular level, chemically speaking, looking for cause and effect relationships. We treat causes, we'll fix a problem. We treat symptoms, yeah, you might feel better, look better, but the underlying cause is still there and it could get worse. And so that's what I write about. That's what I speak about. Many of my books are on topics dealing with some aspect of health or wellness. And the one thing I do for a lot of people is the publishing. I publish probably maybe 50 books for other people right now. And there's a lot of things that I can help people with. You just got a question on it, send me an email, give me a call. I'm more than happy to answer those. But my primary function nowadays is to provide awareness and education in the areas of, I can say age-related diseases, health in general. About 3 weeks ago, we were talking about the hallmarks of aging. Now we're talking about the hallmarks of health itself. And that's most of it's still at the cellular level. And what I found even more remarkable than just the mere fact that I'm going into the level of detail is that the standard things we do every day, what we call our lifestyle choices, our lifestyle factors, our breathing, our exercise, our stress management, our weight management, our dietary choices, our sleep, all of those things have an effect at the cellular level in the body. And if you're not doing certain things, the effect is not a good one. However, if you have a problem, just changing your lifestyle choices make your options significantly better because they affect literally the cellular level and start changing things. One of the things that I've not really discounted, I've been an exercise buff for quite a long time, run a few half marathons and used to lift weights all the time. And I got a major blow when I left the military, just about the turn of about 2000. I'd never had a bone density test. I went in, and all of a sudden I found out I was osteopenia. I said, no way. And when I started researching, I found out, well, this has to happen, that has to happen, that has to happen in that order for that to happen and that. Okay, I understand that, but that gets calcium into the bones, not into the heart valves and arteries. Now it's a different process. The calcium comes out of the bones and goes here. And so it's a very complex circular deal where the first half of the circle gets calcium into the bones, but the second half of the circle takes it out, and they're not the same. And so it's kind of interesting that, okay, fine, once I started doing that, things worked out. But there are just so many things out there that we are not taught, we're not aware of. I think we're starting to see a whole lot more of this nowadays in social media. I'm going to say last year, Instagram has taken on a life of its own with regard to health and wellness, longevity, disease, a lot of things with, I think, some really good research. So anyway, I learned that my military career, I flew for 16 years. I was in the military for 31 years. I retired as a Navy captain, naval aviator, naval flight officer. Got to 61 countries. Had a pretty good time. Got my wife to 31 of them. And so, and my wife and I, just this past month, July, was 57 years for us. We have 2 kids, 3 grandkids, and 1 great grandson, about 1.5 years old now. But getting back to our talk here today, my focus is on, again, awareness education. And so if I could bring some insight into saying, okay, fine, you need to get calcium to your bones, not to your heart valves and arteries. How do you do that? And that's what I talk about. That's what I write about. If I talk about, well, what causes Alzheimer's? Well, as they say, nobody really knows what causes Alzheimer's, cancer, or anything else. But there are certain things that, why does that person, all of a sudden they have cancer and they get rid of it or they recover from it. And then all of a sudden, 5 years later, they have it again. There are certain things in our bodies that we really don't spend a lot of time paying attention to. So as my wife was recovering from breast cancer, we said, well, what causes disease? What causes cancer? And if you look at it, it's stress, it's toxins, it's radiation, it's inflammation, it's infection, it's diet, and in some cases, it's even expectations. And you might think, well, how can an expectation change anything? But if you look at the subconscious brain, it controls literally everything that's going on in your life. If your grandfather died of a heart attack at 48 and your father died of a heart attack, stroke at 51, a lot of people have a mindset that says, I'm doomed. I'm not going to live past 50 because that's what's in the genes. But in reality, epigenetically, you can turn on genes, turn off genes. And genes probably control maybe at most 5, maybe in some rare cases 10% of something that's going to happen down the road. So if I'm looking at things that I can change, let's say Alzheimer's. Okay, fine. I know that in the experiences we've had in our family with that particular disease, our body makes 4 phospholipids. If you go out and buy one of them, it's called phosphatidylserine, you can buy it off the shelf. In my brother-in-law's case, it literally, he couldn't tell you what year it was. He had no concept. And he was on it for about a month, again, just a pill. And he could tell you what he had for breakfast, what's on TV tonight, what he did yesterday. It looks like everything got erased. But like most diseases, there's like 10 train tracks going in that direction of whatever that disease is. Let's call it Alzheimer's. And fine, you get that first one over here with the phospholipids taken care of. Well, that doesn't mean that once that train is stopped, it's not going to make its destination, that all these other trains are not going to continue on down the road. So there are many things you have to be aware of, or I'm going to say should be aware of, in order to really address a disease well. And so, take COVID. Well, okay, fine, you did that. Some people came down with it the second time. I had it twice. My wife had it twice. But we both got through it. Boom. We have friends who didn't survive it. And it's kind of surprising because you think, well, they appear to be in pretty good health. What happened? And we don't know. But your immune system, that is the one thing that your first line of defense. And one of the things I do every month, in fact, I just finished last Yeah, last Saturday. I do a 72-hour fast every month, and basically that's to rebuild my immune system. But when you do a fast at about 18 hours, and I'm talking about a water fast, just completely no food, no calories, let's put it that way. And there's a process in the body called autophagy. And that autophagy is a self-cleaning mechanism in the body. It's almost as if you could drive a garbage truck to every single cell in your body, knock on the door of the cell saying, give me your garbage. Okay, here it all comes. You clean up everything inside the cell. Okay, you got anything that's not working? Okay, let's recycle everything. So everything gets recycled, everything gets cleaned up, and now that cell is operating 100%. And it goes through the entire body. So at about 18 hours of fasting, you turn on the switch and it's about 1%. By the time you get to 72 hours, it's 100%. I usually go 72 hours. I've been doing it now for a number of years. And this past week, I did 120 hours. I've done over 200 a few times. And once you get used to it, it's actually pretty simple to do. For me, I usually take about 3 days mental focus on, okay, I'm going to do that. That's what I'm going to do. But if I just do cold turkey, yeah, I can probably do it, but it's not as pleasant. But if I do it ahead of time, I have absolutely no problem at all doing 70, 80, 90, 100 hours of fasting. But it helps the body. And that's one of the primary things that if you're looking at disease and things later on in life, if you can clean the cells, give them a good chance to live. Another thing I think that most people are not aware of is sunshine. You know, we think that our brain creates a little bit of this, not tryptophan, it's brain fog. Okay, I can see the label of the bottle, but anyway, our body makes a chemical that when it gets dark outside, it puts us to sleep. And this chemical is about 5% of the brain. But when you're outside in the sunshine, without a hat, it actually goes through your hat, through your clothes, and gets into your bloodstream but it gets down to the cellular level in the body, and that's where 95% of this sunshine actually converts and makes us a far more healthier person. I just can't believe I can't remember the name of it. It'll pop in my brain in just a minute. So the chemicals that we have, we don't even think about are things. I'm a redhead. I got to be really careful out in the sun, but I'm not as scared to be out in the sun because I know at some point in time I was out doing the pool the other day. I could feel the sun on the back of my head. I got something put over that. No problems. So there are a lot of options we have, but we're not aware of them. And so from that perspective, aging is something that's happening to all of us, but there are a lot of things we can do about it. I'm going to come back right now, Dr. Jacalyn, and see what questions, what other things people might have.
And I'd like to welcome Talia Smith, who is backstage now. Hello, Talia. Nice to have you here with us.
Hi.
Hi. So, Red, great presentation. Reverend Lydia was there helping you out with melatonin. I think that's what you're looking for.
Oh, I see it over there now. I wasn't paying attention. Thank you so very much. Yeah, I knew it was an M word. I just couldn't think of it. And all of a sudden, metformin came in my brain, and it just wouldn't leave. So, but I knew it wasn't metformin, but melatonin, absolutely. Thank you.
I just want to share this. Red and I had a meeting. It was the other day. It was about one of my books. And I think I said something about I was hungry or I needed something to eat. And he was already fasting for 108 hours. And I thought, oh my gosh, I just ate like 5 hours ago and I would eat something. And the man hasn't eaten in 108 hours. I don't know how you do it. I've done 40 hours twice, both times, because I was prepping for a colonoscopy. But it's amazing. And he was totally clear-headed, lucid. We had a great conversation, and you would never have known he hadn't had anything to eat for that long.
And I still cook all the meals for the house. I go out and do all the shopping. So, yeah, even though I haven't eaten for 100 hours, I can smell something. It's just absolutely wonderful, whether it's Chinese or something else. And yeah, it's there. On a normal condition, whoa, I think I need some of that. But when I'm fasting, it's a disconnect. I sit there. I don't taste anything, but I know what I'm fixing is generally pretty good. And if I need to change it, somebody will tell me, here, taste this, and let me know. But it's not a difficult thing to do, but it's a mindset issue. And yes, You may wake up in the morning and you're hungry because it's a habit, or you're hungry because you're dehydrated. But that's that feeling, when I'm fasting, if I have that feeling at all, it might occur for 2, 3, 4 minutes, once or twice, and then it's gone. Usually I can just take some water or some unsweet tea, and that's it. It's gone in a swallow or two.
So, Red, I have a couple of questions about that. So, I take medication. I have ulcerative colitis. I've got eczema. I've got high blood pressure. So, what about when you have to take medication and you're fasting and you're not supposed to take it on an empty stomach? Does it matter?
If the medicine is supposed to be taken with food, how much food do you need? Do you need a whole cherry pie? Or do you need just the amount that would fit on the end of a spoon? That one bite, one swallow, thank you very much, end of story, declare victory, move on.
That's a good question. And my second question, then we'll turn it over to the panel. I'm going to welcome Joe Asamendi. He just came backstage too. Joe, welcome. Nice to have you with us. So my question for you is, that I work out about 3 hours a day, and I have done intermittent fasting, but I find I'm not nearly as strong as I am when I'm eating. So is that just in my mind?
No, I went on Atkins for about 6 years, and I used to literally run hour and a half almost every day, just as part of my just normal life at the back then. And I noticed that all of a sudden, instead of running 8 miles, I could barely make 2. Well, what happens is when you're fasting, your body is using up that glycogen in the muscles. In other words, you ate, you provided some level of nourishment to the body through blood glucose. It's out there. But if you start transitioning your body, so now you're in a ketogenic stage, which is probably what you're doing, your body is changing. It's okay, I'm getting a little bit of glycogen from here, but you're really starting to change over to burn fat rather than burn sugar. And so you're in that kind of in between zone. And it's difficult. The body was going to respond primarily. It loves the sugar, but there's no reason that your brain for clear thoughts or your body for the fat storage that you have there can't burn either one very, very easily. And so you're in that intermediate stage. So, okay, fine, you get there, you're tired, you have no glycogen left. Now you're starting to transition into a new fuel source, but you're not continuing that day after day after day, where now your body gets used to that's the source I'm going to. Because it's saying, aha, I know just around the corner, I'm going to get some more food. So it's kind of like an alien living within you. It knows what you're going to do because you're telling it in your brain waves that, hey, don't worry about this. This is going to be over pretty quick. But that
makes a lot of sense.
That's my opinion.
Thank you. I always thought I had an alien living inside me. Now I'm sure that it's true. So thank you. Would anyone like to ask Red a question or make a comment? You're good? Renee, yes.
I think it's so important that we get back to the nature and that we become an understanding how our body is working, and that our body is not our animal, it's our best friend, and that we really have to learn to communicate in a new way. So my question for you is cancer and the diseases. When you go to cancer, what does it mean for you? So,
okay, great question. Do I detect just a little bit of a German accent?
Yeah.
Ich wohne in Stuttgart, 2 Jahre, just to let you know.
Oh, awesome. And I've been in Houston 2017 when Harvest was hitting.
Okay, let's look at cancer just very, very briefly. The American Medical Association treats cancer as a genetic disease. In other words, your DNA is mutating and there's nothing you can do about it. So when they give you chemo and they give you this and they can do that, radiation, immunotherapy, I think, is a better option because you're actually using your body's immune system along with some enhancers. But if you take stage 4 pancreatic cancer, survival rate 5% in 5 years. That's kind of the standard. That's the standard of care in the United States. But you go to some places overseas, Istanbul, Cairo, they're using metabolic as opposed to genetic. So it's a metabolic disease, not a genetic disease. And if you treat the metabolism, again, we're talking about melatonin right into the mitochondria and the cell. This is just before you get to your DNA. Everything is there. If you're treating as a metabolic disease, the survival rate for stage 4 pancreatic cancer, at least last time I checked, was about 96%. But again, the people who finally get over there after being wasted away in the United States have no immune system left. They are just barely dragging on. And so I think it depends on what your lifestyle is, because those are a lot of things you can do, how functional your immune system is, how functional your gut is, because that's feeding your immune system. So there's just a lot of natural things that you can do. But the biggest one is taking care of the mitochondria in the body. If you really and truly focus on that cellular health before you actually start getting into your genetic issues, the genes are going to be dispersed the way they need to be. They're going to be turned off and on the way they should be. And to me, that is the way that I would be treating something. If I had, let's say liver cancer tomorrow, that would be the first thing I'd be doing. There's two primary sources of fuel for a cancer cell. One of them super easy to shut down. That's the blood glucose. The other one is relatively easy to shut down, more difficult because your body actually makes that particular chemical, but it's not something that's overbearing. So, shut off the food supply. Angiogenesis is the blood supply. Let's shut off the ability of the body to make extra blood vessels. I'm not a doctor, never have been, never worked in the pharmaceutical field. All I am is a researcher. I'm giving you my thoughts as I have talked about them, written about them over time. So if I had it, that's what I would be doing.
Okay, so that's good. So we were talking, I'm German, so we have the German medicine, and this is the old one, and we are seeing things in a different way. And I'm
different standard of care. Absolutely.
Different standard. And I'm personal. My journey was, I had tumors also, and I was learning and so much about my body system. So this is why I'm always saying, okay, what does it mean for you? Because cancer for me means I have a conflict. I have to pay attention. So that's one thing that we have also here in the German, not in the German medical hospitals thing, but the original German tradition medicine, the old one, because I'm in the healing journey for a long time. So I'm born with.
Yeah. One of the best things you can do is get in a sauna. Your body makes this thing called a heat shock protein. And that sauna, in German saunas are different than US. US is hard to find a sauna over 160 degrees. In Germany, 212 degrees all over the place. Some places you get out, I think in Prague, I found one that was about 220 degrees. But I love the saunas, Aufguss, all that stuff. To me, is my life. I found, I was super happy. But I would spend 3 or 4 hours when I would go to a mineralothermy, because that was my way of just relaxing. But that sauna is so important. And whether it's the red light therapy that you get, that our bodies make melatonin, or whether you get the heat shock proteins because your body is overheated for a while, there are just so many things out there that we in the United States do not even consider as part of a treatment.
So much to learn and to uncover and to share. So.
And again, awareness and education, not prescriptions. Talk to your doctor, talk to your pharmacist. Don't do something just because Red O'Loughlin says do it. All I'm saying is, from an awareness perspective, these are things that you can find in books and research, and that's what I do.
If he's your book coach, though, you listen to what he says. That's what I'm going to tell you right there. So. All right. Thank you so much, Red. And thank you, Renee, for asking the question. We're going to be bringing Talia Smith up. Talia, join us on stage. Hello. Nice to have you with us today. Oh, we can't hear you, dear. Let's see. There you go.
Now?
Yes, and look what you're wearing. Repping the brand. Absolutely.
I won't tell you what it took for me to get into it with no buttons, but I'm in it. So
and it looks good on you. Thank you for making the effort. I really appreciate it.
I love it.
Talia is one of our TV show hosts. Her show is called This Is Phlox. And it's super, it's going off the charts with the number of people who are watching the show. The number of people you have following you across all of your platforms is amazing, Talia. And Talia came to us through Julianne Mejia. and she was on one of the shows, and then she's now one of our show hosts. She has an incredible story that I don't want to take from her, but I really admire you for your advocacy work and for your incredible strength and for always having a smile on your face. So Talia, I'm going to turn it over to you for your 15 minutes, and please share with the audience what you would like to.
All right. So I joined the USA Global TV and Radio Network in March, I think, after my interview with Julia in December, Julie. And then I've just completed my 5th show. So I feel like I'm getting my groove. It takes a while because this is not something I've ever done before or even thought I would do before. But basically, my show called This is Floxed is to raise awareness for something called fluoroquinolone toxicity. And fluoroquinolone toxicity, also known as floxed, that's where the This is Floxed comes from, just basically means that someone is suffering from the adverse effects of a fluoroquinolone antibiotic. That's a whole class. So I was floxed by Cipro, but there's Levaquin and Avelox and all these other fluoroquinolones that people should be aware of. So that's the purpose of my show, the fluoroquinolone toxicity and every single thing that's related. So like, for example, many people that get floxed also get mast cell activation syndrome. So one of my episodes, I had a doctor come on and talk about mast cell activation syndrome. So the show just isn't about fluoroquinolone toxicity in and of itself. It also covers all of the other chronic illnesses that we as floxed individuals need help with. Unfortunately, there is no cure for this. There's no treatment. It's all through functional and integrative and regenerative medicine doctors just doing things that they think will work based on their experience. But, you know, the thing about fluoroquinolone antibiotics is that they have 7 black box warnings. So I sometimes get a lot of flack for advocating against fluoroquinolones. It's not even against, it's just for people to be knowledgeable when they're taking medication. And people sometimes get so angry with me about me saying this about fluoroquinolones. But the point is if an antibiotic or any drug has 7 black box warnings, wouldn't someone think that that drug is probably not safe to take? One would think, right? The thing with fluoroquinolones is that they cross our blood-brain barrier and they damage our mitochondria. And once your mitochondria is damaged, it's a whole downstream impact from there. Every single system is affected, what I call extinction level event. And, you know, the FDA in 2016 finally said that fluoroquinolones cause permanent and disabling side effects. And as a result, medical professionals should be using this class of antibiotics when there are no other treatment options available. And this is the crux of my whole advocacy. That is not happening. Doctors are used to prescribing fluoroquinolones, or they like prescribing fluoroquinolones. For whatever reason, they're doing it. Not as last resort. Most cases, it's first line. And people are continuing to get floxed and disabled. And I think, you know, since I've done my advocacy and have shown people, you know, that fibromyalgia you thought you had, did you actually take a fluoroquinolone first? Because that's what most people with fluoroquinolone toxicity get diagnosed with. It's opened up so many people's eyes. Like, oh my God, I had this illness and I took this antibiotic a month before. Like, it's really opened up people's eyes. And I think that's why I've gotten all the followers. And also because more people are affected than is realized. The issue today is that, you know, you have to self-report this adverse reaction to MedWatch through the FDA. If you don't do that, you're not counted in the numbers. So they will say, oh, it's very rare and barely happens, 1% to 2%. How do they know that number? How do they know that number if we don't have any diagnostic codes yet? And if we have to self-report? You know how many people are too sick or too traumatized or just don't even have the energy to do it? A lot. So, You know, my story started when I took only 3 pills. That's all it took for me. I had a very full life. I was a stepmom. I mean, I'm still a stepmom, but not in the way that I was before physically. But I was a stepmom to 2 children, married to my husband, who's a disabled veteran and a quadriplegic that I used to have to take care of. And I had a full-time job in corporate America, very successful at that. And I worked out 7 days a week. That was my thing. It made me feel good, and I ate healthy, and I didn't think anything like this could happen to me. And I got a urinary tract infection. I knew what it was. I probably hadn't had one in a decade. And I called my doctor and said, listen, I'm pretty sure I have a UTI. When you're going to the bathroom every 5 minutes, that's usually what it means. But I really want a urinalysis and a culture to make sure. I don't want to take pills if that's not what this is. So of course that is what it was, and I was given ciprofloxacin. Before I took the medication, I asked, is there anything I need to be aware of, because I'm not someone that typically takes medication. I'm not sick. I don't go to the doctor. And I was told, nope, there's nothing you need to be aware of. This medication is very safe and effective. We use it all the time. So that's all I needed to hear from a doctor that I trusted for 10 months. And I read the packets that come with it. There was nothing that said permanent and disabling side effects. There was nothing that would lead me to think that I would take this antibiotic and be disabled. So I took the medication, and on my 3rd dosage, which was my 3rd pill a day and a half later, I always tell the story, it was like a bomb went off in my body. It was like, it started with whole body soreness, like I had the flu, even though I didn't have the flu. Every bone in my body ached, but I wasn't sick. I couldn't stand on my heels. I started having zapping, shooting pains. My hands and feet were going numb, which I now know is called peripheral neuropathy. And after that 3rd pill, these symptoms, or adverse reactions as they call them, were progressing hour to hour. And in my mind, I thought I was going to be okay and go to bed and wake up and I would be fine. But in fact, I fell out of bed the next day and I couldn't walk, and I had to go to the emergency room. And I thought, they're going to think I'm crazy when I tell them that I can't walk overnight. I don't know what it is, but the only difference is that I took an antibiotic. And I didn't even get to tell him I was taking an antibiotic. I just said, the only thing that's different is I've been taking this medication. And the doctor turned around and looked at me right away and said, are you taking ciprofloxacin? In that moment, it still gets me to this day. I knew that was it. I knew I was in big trouble. If that guy's equating with me not walking with Cipro, I knew I was in big trouble. And I knew in that moment my life would be the same, never be the same. I just know it. You know, when you have that feeling. You know, he told me to go home and rest and take ibuprofen, which, by the way, is contraindicated. He did not know that. So I was making myself worse with every single pill of ibuprofen that I took. I didn't know anything about being floxed or fluoroquinolone toxicity. And I always tell the story this way at this part. At this point, I became a frequent flyer in the hospital. I was always there. I was trying to figure out what was wrong with me. It didn't make sense. All my symptoms were all over the place. You couldn't pinpoint it to one body system. It was everywhere. And my decline was so rapid. It from week to week, I was changing. I was getting stiffer. I couldn't move. I couldn't swallow. I couldn't eat. I was having reactions to food, which I now know is mast cell activation, to the point I couldn't drink water. So this forced me to not be able to eat for 4 weeks. I didn't have any food and maybe just a couple sips of water in a month. And they told me there was no way I would survive without water. With food, I could, but without water, but I did. And 5 months after, I was on hospice. I lost over 50% of my body weight. I was 60 pounds, 60. And my husband ended up fighting for mast cell medication. We ended up realizing that that's probably what I had from fluoroquinolone toxicity. You know, at this point, we're now researching and trying to figure everything out. Doctors wouldn't give me medicine. Doctors wouldn't take me seriously. It was a big mess. And I was stuck in the bed. I couldn't even speak anymore. The way I used to communicate with my husband was, 1 was yes and 2 was no, because I couldn't even speak. That's how close to dying that I was. So my husband actually figured out a way to procure me some mast cell medication. And within 1 week of taking just drops of cromolyn sodium, which is a mast cell stabilizer, I was eating an insert pudding in 1 week. So for all those doctors that weren't taking me seriously, it just makes my head want to pop off. And, you know, I thought once I started eating, everything would get better for me, but that wasn't the case. I'm still fluxed. I'm still poisoned by the antibiotic. And then I thought once I got off of hospice, which I did in 9 months, I thought it was going to be smooth sailing from there. But again, I'm still sick, just not with a 6 month or less life. So, what was I going to say? So I'm on palliative care now. I have almost all the symptoms from when I originally got flocks. They're just less of a degree that I have them. But unfortunately, I have all of them, and some of them are still very bad, like peripheral neuropathy. And once I was well enough to even speak, that was about 2 years after getting flocks, a little after 2 years, my husband said, "You really need to tell your story." So it took me a little while to get myself emotionally and physically there and to say, I'm going to go all in or not do it at all. I'm not going to sugarcoat this. People need to know the realities of this. And I'm going to advocate to let people know the dangerous nature of these antibiotics. And what they do after that knowledge afterwards is their decision. The point is that I give them the tools to make an informed healthcare decision, not to tell them to not take medicine they may need, but to just make them informed and say, you know, if you're not getting this as last resort, you really need to ask for an alternative. And most of the times there are alternatives, because I don't want anybody else to end up like me. And I have to make this be for something, all of this. So, you know, this show has just been one of the things that have helped me with my advocacy and get my story out. And when Dr. Jacalyn offered me the show, as weird as this sounds, like I never thought of it being my show. I felt like it was our show. And our show means all of us that are suffering from this and have been abandoned by the medical system. I felt like this is our chance to get the word out. And to represent everybody. And yeah, this is where I'm at today. It's a very emotional topic because this is my life. This isn't a story that I'm talking about somebody else or talking about something that happened to me in the past. I'm still living through this every single day, suffering in pain with this debilitating condition, but yet I'm still fighting because I can't let them win. They almost did once. And I'm very good at sticking up for other people and being an advocate for them. So now that there's this huge community, it just makes it easier for me to do that, to feel like I have to defend them and help everybody. But to Dr. Jacalyn's point, my following has gotten very big in a very short amount of time. And I hope that continues. And I hope we get to a place that either these drugs get taken off the market and there are alternatives, or so many people know enough to just not take it. You know, supply and demand, as they say, right? If you have a lot of supply, but everyone's refusing them, maybe that's going to make a difference in that economic environment with the pharmaceuticals. So that's my story. That's what I'm doing on This Is Floxed on this network. And I have a lot more shows coming up with other illnesses that are involved. And I'm thankful to be here, and I'm thankful to Dr. Jacalyn and the rest of this community here for your support and for giving me this opportunity to make people aware.
Thank you, Talia. That was really moving. And I've said this before, but, you know, we always have new people joining us. I had never heard anything about being floxed. I never heard anything about Cipro. I know my dad used to take Cipro, and I'm just so grateful that you came forward and that you're sharing this information, because now I'm telling everyone I possibly can about this. And so I think that's what this is all about. And let's not forget what you just said. You're still living through this. This is not something you're looking back on and going, oh, I remember when. Where are you right now, Talia?
I'm in my hospital bed. I'm sitting on the side of it with a table in front of me and my camera. And I needed my aide to do all this for me, to dress me, to get me ready, because I cannot do it myself.
When I said to you that one of your episodes was a top 10 and you were able to pick something from our store and you got this shirt, what did you tell me about the shirt?
That I needed it big enough to try to squeeze my arms through it. Because I can only wear button-up shirts. You should have seen us this morning, but it's nice and big, and we stretched the heck out of it, but I'm wearing it. And everybody that's looking at me right now, I do not have buttons. I feel very proud of myself.
Well, I'm very happy to see that you're wearing it. But the point I'm trying to make is that people see you and they're like, oh, she's wearing a shirt. No, she had difficulty with getting the shirt on. She needed assistance to get the shirt on. So that's what we're talking about. We're talking about the fact that Talia is here. She is in pain probably at the moment. She has constant 24/7 care, and she is out here talking about what she's going through because she is a leader. She is a role model for everyone else. But let's not forget, first and foremost, she's a person. She's a human being, and she's suffering. Okay, we don't like to see anyone suffer. And so it's hard to just say, wow, you're doing a great TV show. You are doing a great TV show, but I want something to come through as soon as possible to help you. And you certainly have had a beautiful life up until when this happened. I saw all the photographs, and you were really athletic and you were really out there and just full of life. So keep doing what you're doing. I want to bring Renee up, by the way, because she's still backstage. Let's see what she has to say. Renee, thanks for still being here. What would you like to share with Talia?
This is incredible. I'm really touched. And it's like, yeah. I know how to suffer, but this is just like a different dimension, and this is important. So, and this is just like, I can't imagine how much power you have when you get back on your feet, because this is, please keep doing. And I mean, I know all about the toxins, and so, but it's just like, you see what impact this is having, and we really have to get back to nature and don't take things just like for granted. Just like take responsibility back, and not because someone is telling you do this. We have to reconnect and to ask our body systems, do you feel this is good for me? So, and this is why body intelligence is so important. So, and I'm sending you so much love, hugs, and kisses.
Thank you. People that used to work for me and with me always said that I was a force to be reckoned with before. And I thought that part of me was gone. And now I see it's still there. Look at it. It's still there. And so, to your point, when I get out of this bed, watch out.
Yeah.
I was going to ask you, when you get out of bed, what are you going to do? What's one of the first things you want to do?
I would love to go to the gym. I know that's so far off, but walk without a walker would be an absolute dream for me. And you know what I think is so ironic is before, I used to run every day. I worked out hard, HIIT workouts. And I remember a doctor telling me like, I had bursitis in my hip from running, and I'd keep running. I don't care. Nothing was going to stop me from my exercise. And he said, the best exercise you can do is walking. It's the least pressure on your body. And you know what I said to him? Walking? That's not really exercise. I am not walking. And now I think of myself and I'm like, I'm praying to God that I can walk. I think back to that conversation and I'm like, I just laugh at myself. And I'm like, I would give anything to do that now. So if I could walk without a walker, if I could go to the cabinet, to the sink and brush my teeth and stand there and brush my teeth. It's things like this that I would give anything to have my independence back. I do not like people taking care of me. I am a caregiver, right? That's what I did before I got sick. I don't like being on this end, so that's what I want to get back to. And if I can't get to that point where I take care of my husband like that again, I at least have to be able to take care of myself. That's what I want if I get out of this bed. And I've joked about this a lot. We're going to have a bonfire, and we're going to light my bed on fire. So I say it all the time.
I love that. I love Dr. Chan's backstage. Let's bring her out too.
I'll send you the invitation
Hey!
to the bonfire.
Hello, Dr. Jacalyn. Hi, Talia. Hi, Renee. I've been watching in the back production. I've been watching, and I loved that video, Dr. Jacalyn.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, the evolution and about rapping with Dr. Jacalyn and how it evolved. My goodness, it was really, really touching. Just full of heart, and just the way that it's just evolved from where you were with the Green Studio, and how you evolved with all the books and everything, and with the just everything. It was just so beautiful. It was just
Thank you, Dr. Chan. Such a sweetheart. Dr. Chan and I have also met in person, and we're now soul sisters. So that's kind of nice.
We are, yes.
But Talia, thank you so much for sharing what you shared. What would you say your message is? Because I think it's important. Red's always, he's here talking about longevity and wellness. I'm someone who is on medication. I've gone without, and it didn't work out too well. So the situation that you're in, obviously, you took medication that had major implications in your future and your present, and as other people as well. What would you say is the messaging that you want to leave people with today about that?
I would say a couple things. I think, first of all, medication is way overprescribed in the medical system right now. Everything requires a prescription, and then that requires a prescription, and another, and another, and another. So my advice to people would be to not take medication if you don't actually need it, especially antibiotics. Antibiotics only work for bacterial infections, and there are people that get coughs and go to the doctor and request antibiotics. So that's one of the things I would say is don't take things that are not necessary for your body. And don't think that, so when warnings are put out and you hear things on social media, something may be rare, or maybe it says it on your medical, like the insert for a prescription, right? My message is don't think it can't happen to you. Don't think the word rare or anything bad can ever happen to you, because that's what I thought. I mean, I never even saw any of that, but if I did, maybe I would have thought that it didn't apply to me. Anything can happen to anyone at any time. Do not take your health for granted, because once it's gone, and it's really hard to get it back. So my advice would be don't take medication when you don't have to. Double, triple check everything your doctors say. The doctors we see in the Western medical system are focused on each specific system. There is no doctor that's looking at things holistically unless you're going to a holistic or functional medicine doctor. So you are the one that has to keep track of that this doctor's recommending this for this system, but what about these other systems, right? So I think that you have to become so knowledgeable, become your own healthcare advocate, and don't trust anything. I know that's a really bad thing to say, but if I wasn't so naive, maybe I wouldn't be in this situation today. I don't trust any doctor anymore. And, getting, second, third opinions and quadruple checking things, I've actually learned a lot. I've learned a really lot doing that. I think people need to know more about health and their health in general. It's just something that people don't really pay that much attention to because it's boring. And you think you're always going to have it until you don't. So that's my message.
I love that message, and I'm actually going to applaud that message and second and third it. And what I want to say about that is You have to be your own advocate, like Talia was saying. And when you think that all those little things that might not happen to anybody, yeah, they can happen. They can happen. I know for myself with ulcerative colitis, they prescribed this new medication, and you have to get all these tests first. Then you have to get these injections. Then you have to get these vaccinations, also that you can get the medication. And so when I went to see the doctor, because I was seeing people work for him, I had to wait like 6 months. And he said, I understand that you're not taking the medication. And I said, no, I'm not. And guess what? I feel great. And he goes, well, that doesn't mean that you're well. He said, we have to run more tests. I said, no, I am well. If it's not well in here one day, it's going to show up again, believe me. But I'm not taking these drugs, especially drugs that are for something else, like they're a first indication. They're really for a different disease. And then they would put you on that because they've had success. And I looked and I said, this drug's been out for 3 months and you ran clinical trials on 27 people. And you're telling me that I should go on this drug? I don't think so. So guess what? I didn't go on the drug. I'm still on the base one that I've been on for 30 years. But I said to myself, you are going to get better in your mind. You're going to feel better. Whether you're still a mess inside, that's a different story. But case being, I'm not going on these medications that who even knows? I mean, people, that's what drug companies do. They make drugs. They have compounds and they make the drugs for people to take. So I just want to say, Talia, you're doing an amazing job with your work. And from a personal perspective, I really love you. And I hope that things are improving. And it's when you get out of that bed. It's not if, it's when you get back to that gym, because you're going, girl.
Thank you. Thank you for everything.
You are going. By the way, please do connect with Talia. Let me bring up her Instagram. She's also on TikTok. She's a huge following there as well. But I don't know how to bring up TikTok, unfortunately. So I only have it on my phone. So here we have it. Tell people the best way to get in touch with you. Is this it?
Yeah, actually, if you see my little bio there that says Linktree, Finding Vulneraries, it's on all my social media sites. You see that Linktree? Nope, go down.
Is this it here?
Nope, go back to my profile.
Oh, okay. Let me stop sharing. Okay.
There's a link that says Linktree, Finding Vulneraries. It was like two.
Oh, yeah. I see it. Okay,
If you click on that, that has every possible way in the world to contact me. It has links to my website, links to the FDA, links to all my other social media platforms, all my articles. Like, this thing is, it even has contact me on here. Like, this is how you get to me, through every single channel, and people use it. Trust me, I get messages all over the place. But yeah, I have like all my stuff in the news and there. So,
and Talia's actually been featured in People magazine as well. And something I'd like to just share about contacting her, and this is just me saying this, Talia, I didn't have a conversation with her. I'm just saying this on my own. Remember that she is also going through a lot herself, and please give her grace about when she's answering you. And she doesn't have all the answers for you. She is just a resource of information. And first and foremost, she's a human being. So please, let's be respectful when we reach out and not demanding. And anything else that you want to say about that, Talia?
No, I appreciate that. Sometimes I get messages from people that are like, I'm in the hospital right now. Tell me what to do. I'm like, right now? You know how stressful that is for me? I'm like, I'm not a doctor. I don't know what's happening to you. I'm like, oh, but I get messages every single day like that. And not that they're in the hospital, but I'm sick. I have this new symptom. What would you suggest I take? It's okay. I don't mind. It's the people that are like, hey, why haven't you responded to me in 4 hours? And it's like, I'm sick too. They'll call me like on Messenger or something and I don't answer. I'm in bed and they get angry. Listen, I respond to every single person that reaches out, literally every person, when I can, always. So everyone's always going to hear back from me. It just might not be when you want it to be, but I'm doing the best I can. So
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. I do want to say, especially for people who are contacting people on Messenger and WhatsApp, apparently there's no voicemail and the phone just rings a zillion times. If somebody doesn't answer, please stop calling. I hate that when a person I don't even know keeps calling me on Messenger like 5 or something. I'm like, hello, I don't know you, and you keep calling. Stop.
Especially in other countries, and my phone's 3 o'clock in the morning and it's going. I'm like,
Exactly. Thank you so much for sharing that. All right, we are moving on to our next presenter, who actually has never been on this platform before. I don't know that he's ever dialed into StreamYard, but if you happen to see the video that we had earlier, Joe Asamendi was on a television network with myself and with Cini, and we did morning coffee together for a couple of years, I think. And so he's no stranger to television, and he's going to have his own show here, and he's also going to be a state partner in recruiting people. I see Joe backstage, but he's not looking at the camera. Joe, are you with us? Let's see if we bring him out. Joe, are you with us?
Hey.
Joe, you're on. Joe Asamendi, welcome to the show. Joe, can you hear us? Okay, apparently not. So Joe will be joining us later then. Let's go on. Dr. Chan, welcome. I wanted to share a little bit about Dr. Chan. She has to be one of the nicest people I've ever met in my entire life. What you see is what you get. She's extremely genuine. And she, from when I first met her, she was a singer. She had a song on the top of the charts. She's over in the UK outside of London. And since then, she has co-authored some books with me. She's been my vocal coach. She's been a vocal coach to many other people. And she's really a soul heart awakener. So she'll explain what that is. She has a show here called Talking Heads. And the best part of the Talking Heads is I don't know what she's talking about when she first starts talking. She's an empath and she gets downloads. And she'll give me the topic maybe an hour, 2 hours beforehand. And she starts and I'm like, I don't know where this thing is going. And then she pulls it all together. And I'm like, woo, that was lucky. That was good. And she also has a show here called the Film and Music Show. So Dr. Chan, my dear soul sister, take it away for your presentation.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Jacalyn. And may I say, first of all, thank you for this. The reunion show is amazing. Everyone's story, everyone's brand, everyone's energy. It's so, so blessed and super special for the mothership, ever evolving. Okay, right, on to me. So I am known as a soul heart awakener. And a soul heart awakener, my background is being a creative heart, in the way that I've always been co-creating in creative projects, songwriting, singing is my passion, and always involved with co-creating new projects, collaborations, and bringing out the best in people's potential as far as creativity goes. So I would connect them to their creative genius. So I start that with Colours of the Voice, and Colours of the Voice enables people to know their external voice, but know their inner voice and learn how to attune themselves with their inner voice, learn how to express themselves, and at the same time have the confidence to be able to have, positive affirmations to say what they want to become, what they want to aspire to. The next stage, however, is because I'm working with Colours of the Voice, there's going to be certain blockages. So I work through the inner voice, certain sounds, certain vibrations, certain frequencies, certain songs that help to uplift everyone who is taking the Colours of the Voice. So from there might be blockages. So we have to look at the shadow. We have to look at what triggers people, at areas of their life that are blocking and stopping them stopping someone to bring out the full potential of their true authenticity and their true passion. So I help people to connect to their star child. So when you start working on your shadow work and start working on pain and suffering, and then start to clear, and I help you to transmute it and alchemize it, then we can start working on your creative genius, on your passion and your goal. So I help you to bring forth that, to activate it, to open out the primary soul of your mission on this life, in this life. And then I help you to get confident, and I help you to manifest that. And I help you to express it out to the world. At the same time, because I'm a songwriter, I can help you to write a song about your life or your brand. And that's the team that I work with, which we do life story songs. So I am a creative heart, and I'm a soul heart awakener, because I believe that in order to create and be in your true authenticity, one needs to be connected to their inner star child, that creative child genius, that when we learn to connect, when we learn to express and nurture that star child, then what happens is we have the joy, we have the abundance, we have the fair justice, and we're able to look in our inner world, which governs the outside world. And that helps us, because I help you to become the guru in your life and to become the star child, so that you begin to awaken the passion, the purpose in your life that you're meant to be on. So I'm a soul heart awakener, awakening that inner child, connecting to your inner intuition, helping you to express your own individual soul song. And when we all express our own individual soul song, that is a vital key to peace on earth. And that's what we're here for, to bring peace and joy and true, fair, true justice and truth and authenticity. Each and every one here on this earth is here right now in the golden age to express their true authenticity, their passion, their purpose, their mission, their goal for themselves towards the human collective heart consciousness. My name is Dr. Madeline Chan, and you can contact me on LinkedIn, or you can go on my website, madelinchan.com. And also, I am also author of Star Child, which is a book, a children's book. Well, it's actually a teenage book, and it's about these times, really. And it's about how our words can affect our reality, our thoughts. And we have to be careful with our words, because words are a modern day witchcraft. Yep. Our words and our thoughts are actually witchcraft, because we're placing hexes without even realizing it. So it's causing damage to the collective heart consciousness, and it's causing damage and creating karma. So it's time for us, to each and every one of us, to journey within, get heart-centered, get grounded, and listen and connect to your inner voice. So with the divine energy of a masculine energy and a feminine energy, not gender, you bring those together, those strengths, which I will help you, and then you will have the birth of your star child, which is you. So that's who I am. So yeah, please, anyone, please contact me. I would love anyone to come and contact me who wishes to find out who they are on a soul level. That's me.
Thank you, Dr. Chan. Let's welcome Renee. I know Renee has to leave, and Joe Asamendi, I believe, is with us. Joe, can you hear us?
I can hear you fine now. I had a little trouble.
Yes, Joe in the house.
Hello.
Welcome, welcome.
Thank you very much. How are you?
It's nice to have you here.
Oh, thanks.
So,
Appreciate it.
Dr. Chan, thank you for sharing what you shared today. I, of course, know you very well. Let's see, Renee, do you have any questions or comments? Or Joe, questions or comments for Dr. Chan?
So my question is, you are talking about the colors of the voice. Are you talking about the colors and they are matched with the notes, the different timbres? Is it how you work with it, or?
That's an interesting question, Renee. Thank you. So I work with the outside voice, which is when you pitch yourself with the notes, with the keyboard. But then the most important, I work with the colors of the voice, which is our inner voice, which is certain, I would call it colors. It's not necessarily colors as in colors. It's just a term in the way that colors as in the vibration and the frequency of your voice, and colors in the way that, well, actually there is a part in the book, which is here, the course book, Colors of the Voice. And there is a part here. Oh my goodness, I've just opened it out exactly to that. Oh my God. Oh my God. Right. Talk about, right. So sound and image correlation. So really, I work with the root note, and I work with, it's almost like working with the chakras, the energy wheels. And I help to bring out certain sounds. So it's almost like you can breathe in. Can I give a demonstration?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay. So Renee, so you're going to breathe in, think of the roots of the tree, and go, oh. Now that is not a pretty sound, far from pretty. What it is the lowest part of your voice. Now, it's not speaking voice, because your speaking voice is more in the emotional side. So what we do is, and then, so then the roots of the tree, of the seed, we can say a seed starts sprouting. Then, now the sprouting has gone above the soil, so it's starting to appear. Then we're going to go, and you will feel it in your solar plexus, and that is the tone of our speaking voice. So it's like the night is coming and it's closing. Then we go, now that's a brighter tone. That is your heart. It's your heart opening out. So we go further through there. We go to the throat, we go to the third eye, we open out. Then we go beyond the crown chakra, where we go into an infinity with the voice. So with the keyboard, the ears will go, oh no, I can't sing anymore, because you start to have conflict. But when you're in that moment and you're in that image, in your visualization, so you're no longer that person, you're actually that flower that's opening out, or that sea that's going in and out. And so because you connect to that energy, your voice will end up just continuing and opening out. So we go. Then we breathe in. I'm a flower. So if you tried to do that with the keyboard, you would stop halfway. So what this does is you put in trust. You put in trust in your voice. You're relaxed. You're with the visions, the visualizations, creative visualization, and the sound. And it helps you relax. You're at play, and there's no judging, and there's no inner critic. You're just flowing. And what happens then is you give yourself that sense of freedom. So colors, yeah, but not necessarily, okay, I want you to sing pink or green. I do that with nurseries, you know, with the little toddlers. Sing pink, sing green, and things like that, you know. But yeah, you'd be like a kid. You'd be like a kid, you know. That's what we're supposed to be like. But that's the colors of the voice. So that you trust, you let go, and you surrender, and you allow your voice and your energy to take you somewhere.
I've actually done this exercise with Dr. Chan when I was taking vocal lessons, and it's really very awakening, if you will, because you feel, I don't like to sing notes that I can't reach, and it kind of sounds not that pretty, but she makes you feel safe, and I feel like I got rid of a lot of stuff by doing the exercises that she suggested.
Yeah. And I'm feeling good today. We should all do that. I'm feeling good today. Renee, can you do that? I'm feeling good today.
I'm feeling good today. I'm
wow.
Feeling good today. I'm feeling good today.
Yeah. And Joseph, I'm feeling good today. You can do a crooner voice.
Good today, I'll tell you.
Let's hear you sing it, Joe.
Let's hear you sing it, Joe. Yeah.
Good today. I can't sing. People pay me not to sing.
No, you can sing. You can sing.
Yeah, really.
Just try, Joe. Go ahead.
I go to car karaoke and people buy me whatever I want if I'll get off the stage.
Oh no.
Joe, what song do you like? What kind of music do you like? What style?
Well, I like all kinds of music. I'm very eclectic. I like the Great American Songbook because I'm into standards, but I also like country music because that's what I grew up on. I'm not really into just different raps and stuff like that. That's not who I am. That doesn't make my person. But
so Joe,
yes,
we could we could take your country style and turn it into I'm feeling good today.
Okay.
So what is your favorite song? Or not favorite, or just a song that you like that's country? Just the style.
Oh wow, that's Folsom Prison Blues.
Right. Can you just sing a little bit?
I hear that train coming down that track.
I hear that train coming
down
that track. I am feeling good. I'm feeling good today.
I'm stuck in Folsom Prison, and
there
I'm
you
going
go.
There
So Joe,
you go, Joe's a singer.
Joe, we take that melody. I am feeling good. I'm feeling good today. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good today. There you go. You can do it.
Yeah, there you go. You know, this is really fascinating. I never thought about that because you get in a good mood doing that. You really do. You put yourself in a good mood.
Lift the vibrations. Getting more childlike again.
The reunion show has turned into a vocal lesson.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Jacalyn.
No, it's all good. Why not? It's all good. I love it.
It's all
how
good.
about you?
One thing I really like about you, Doctor, is that you have such an energy level. I mean, the minute I came on, I was having audio problems with my computer all morning, but the minute you started talking and everything, it was really a very uplifting energy that I felt from you, and I thought that's pretty good.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. What people probably don't know is even though I'm producing the show and I'm hosting the show, I'm responding to people on all different platforms saying my flight's delayed. I'm going to be late. I can't log in. And I'm like, yeah, it's all good. It's all good. So thank you, Joe. I just want to give a little bit of an introduction to you. Obviously, I know you because we have done television together. We did Morning Coffee, and Joe was always so nice. He usually brought me something, some kind of dessert or treat that I really shouldn't have been eating, but we would do a show, and I don't know if it was Morning Coffee or not, Joe, where we have 10-minute segments. People would call in and we'd actually, it was Morning Coffee, and we'd actually interview them, and it was a lot of fun. And that's how I actually found one of our television show hosts, Zane Carson Carruth, because you and Al had interviewed her and her book was on the table. And I picked up the book and I thought, let me call and see if she'll come on Rapping with Dr. Jacalyn. So it's interesting how things how things work. But Joe, you've been on television for a long time. You're joining our platform. You're becoming an elevated listener. You're going to have your own TV show. You're recruiting people. Tell us a little bit about your background in television, and then we'll talk about your background outside of television.
Okay. I was basically recruited from a TV station because I was in a Chamber of Commerce meeting talking about another business I was in. And this guy asked me to be a guest on his show, which I said, okay. And once I guested on his show, the producer of the TV show asked me if I'd like to do a show myself. And I said, well, I've never done it before, but I enjoy talking to people, and I feel that I'm a very good listener. So I learn something every time I'm even in an interview. When I do an interview, I try to learn as much as I can, because that makes the interview, I think, go both ways. It's not like I'm lecturing somebody. I'm actually having a discussion with them. And as I grew in different interviewing people and having done 5 shows a week, and then I did this show with Dr. Jacalyn, and I got to meet so many different people that I became more involved in doing a very eclectic show. I think I can interview almost anybody now. So I never pigeon myself into anything like a strict business show or whatever. And I tried to make my show, I had 3 elements that I always want to make my show on TV. And that's to be entertaining, and to be informative, and to be educational. And if I can do that with any, in all my shows, that's kind of my premise or my persona that I hope that I always bring aboard when I'm interviewing anybody. And I've learned a lot. Sometimes you get an interviewer that I get an interview that right before they go on, they literally are chatty Cathy. Once they get on, they become a deaf mute, and that's a difficult interview. So you have to warm that person up and virtually make them feel like they're at home, because everybody's is afraid to look at the camera. And the one thing you have to do as a host, I believe, is listen to what they're saying. And if you don't do a lot of pre-qualification, but I don't really do a lot of warming up with people until right before the show, because I want it to be spontaneous, and I want the interview to go where if we were in a coffee shop, any of us on the air right now, if we were in a coffee shop, I would hope that our conversation would be interesting enough that the people on the left and the right would be eavesdropping on us. And that's what I try to bring to any kind of show I do.
I love that, Joe. That's really interesting, that coffee shop analogy. Yeah.
Well, I think that, if you think about it, we all do that. I mean, I'll do that all the time. If I'm having a cup of coffee somewhere or something and somebody says something interesting, I'll just drop what I'm thinking and automatically eavesdrop. And I think that's pretty much human nature. If you do a TV show like that your audience becomes that person dropping in. And that eaves them up. Nobody wants to be lectured. We were lectured when we were in school. This isn't 12th grade anymore. But if you come in a conversation and one thing sparks that conversation and somebody says, yeah, I feel that way, or I want to hear more about that. That's what I try to bring to every interview. And the way you do that is to take and get that connection with each one of the interviewees. That interviewee, I always say, look at me, don't look at the camera, because this is a conversation between the two of us. And if we can get that connection, we can take and project that to the audience. And I feel that's a strength of a talk show host. And I've seen a lot of talk show hosts. I've maybe emulated a couple of them, but I've seen a lot of them that are about them and not the guest. And that's the wrong thing to do. You'll never get a person to want to be on your show if you want to be the star. What you want to do is you want to highlight them, but you also want to lead them. And that's where I kind of got the coffee shop analogy.
Absolutely. I agree with you there. And something I just want to share about Joe. So Joe has been doing television in person. So this might be the first time that you're doing a virtual television show. Is that right, Joe?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. So Joe and I have met a number of times, and Joe and I were actually looking for a location to have an in-person studio, which may still happen in the future, but it has to be cost effective, obviously, because there's a lot more costs that go out for having something in person, and this is working very well. So why change it is my motto. But Joe, what do you think your show will be about? I know you don't have a title yet, but what are you thinking?
Well, I'm gonna have a show that if I had to choose what my show would be like, it would be kind of like the old Dick Cavett show. If anybody's seen it, that's probably before a lot of your times. But the fact is that that was a one-on-one easy exchange between people. My show is going to be very eclectic, like the shows I've done in the past. I mean, I've done psychics, I've done singers, I've done just about anything I can think of. People that were interesting, and yet they wouldn't have been exposed except they were on my show. So I don't like to take and I like to find interesting people. When I find interesting people and I find what they do, they can become a guest on my show. So I'd like to think that I have a wide spectrum of what's going to happen. You might see a business leader on my show one time. You might see the other day is a good example. I had a couple kids, 21 and 19 years old, that were detailing cars. And I talked to them, and what happened is they said, they told me about their business. It came from Albania, and now they're working on U.S. citizenship, and they started a business. That's the kind of shows I like to do. A wide spectrum of different topics, and I hope they have wide appeal for everybody. And that I'm getting there. I'm putting a list together right now of people that I'm contacting and I want to be guests, because I think that there'll be a wide interest to everybody that's going to be listening to the show.
Thank you very much, Joe. So I want to go over to Renee. Renee will be having a show here also. I forgot to mention that. Renee and Dr. Chan, you are here with somebody who has extensive experience as a television host. What would you like to ask Joe, or any comments you have for Joe?
Yes, thank you. I know that why I was staying, so I was waiting for some gold nuggets, and and I like the idea, because this is what I was feeling. It needs to be just like in a coffee, like a coffee chat. Just like let's talk real and be interested, and not following concepts. Just like being interested in the other person. So when I'm doing this, I'm fine, I think. Or how are you picking your guests? So when you are going now and said, okay, I want to just like look who I want to bring in my show, what are your ideas or your topics or things you're looking at?
Oh, that's a great question. I try to meet people wherever I go, and if I get in a conversation with somebody, I ask them, "What do you do?" And all of a sudden they tell me something. I said, "That sounds interesting." And I said, "How do you get into that?" I got to kind of get in a conversation with them, and all of a sudden I say, "That's pretty fascinating. How would you like to do a TV show with me?" And also they go, "Whoa," that kind of thing. So I think that's how I pick guests, is like really just talking to people, and also people who've been on my show. I've asked a lot of people that I've interviewed, do you have anybody you think would be interested in doing a show with me? And you can do that too, and that'll piggyback right off of that. And if you do that, that's even better, because now the person really wants to be on the show. They've been a friend of theirs that actually recommended them. So that's what I would recommend is to try to talk to as many people as you can. Do a little networking if you want to, Chamber of Commerce meetings, stuff like that. Wherever you meet somebody, you can always talk about your show. And people are interested in hearing about that. That's how I go about trying to get guests. And by the same token, if I find somebody just totally disinterested, I won't even ask them.
Can you repeat that?
Oh, I said if I find somebody that I think is totally disinteresting, or somebody I don't think would be an interesting guest.
It's okay.
That's okay. It wasn't me this time.
It was Roland.
So Renee and Dr. Chan, something that you both can do, Joe, I don't know if you've written a book, but Renee and Dr. Chan are definitely published authors. Sure. And so when I go out to eat by myself a lot, and I will bring my books with me, and I just put them next to me when I'm eating, and people say, "What's that?" "Oh yeah." And then I have my business cards ready. I always have my business cards with me, and my business card has two sides. One side is for the television, and one side is for the speaking. Yeah, you've got my card. And so I have this in the book, and then I'm ready to give it to the person. And I've met a lot of people that way. So I'm just sharing that wherever you go, take your book with you and have a business card, have one there that you're a TV presenter, and you see where it goes. What are your thoughts about that, Joe?
Well, first of all, I think I'd take a book from both Renee and both girls, Dr. Chan, and I'd put those down, and people be that much interested in those books that I could get a conversation started with them. That's a great idea. A real great idea, to tell you the truth. And I've not written a book. I must admit that I have not written a book yet. But,
not yet.
No, not yet, I don't think. But there's probably one somewhere in the back of my mind.
I think there is definitely one. I think you definitely will write one, Joe. What about you, Dr. Chan? Do you have any questions or comments for Joe?
Yes, I do. Joe, I'm looking and hearing you, and in the way that the words that's coming through is relatable and familiar. So when you go up to people, it's almost, you're very warm and your image is very relatable. So any father, mother, sister, brother, any age will relate to you. So my question to you, Joe, is, So in the way that wherever you are, you connect people and everything. So my question is, when you do connect with people, do you have a consultation almost to calm them, to give them the experience of sharing the experience, what they're going to experience? Or is it a case of, okay, you're on that show at that time, be there, and then 5 minutes before, boom, you give them a prep talk?
No, that's again another great question. What I do is if I have a show at, let's say, 9:30 in the morning, I invite my guests to come in at 9 o'clock, and then we have a one-on-one before we go on. I get to warm each other up, but I don't want them to overthink, because what happens is that a lot of hosts would come and they'd interview a person for a half an hour over the phone beforehand, 2 or 3 days ahead of time, and I think that people, when you do that, they get more, let's say, tied up in what they're going to be saying. Am I going to catch this point? Am I going to catch that point? Am I going to get this point? Rather than come on as genuine. And so I don't want to do that. I want it to be spontaneous. Yeah, it's a little consultation, but I don't lead people. I'll sit there and I'll say, what do you want to talk about? That's normally what I ask them. And then I'll start talking about this, and I'll ask them a question about that. So it's actually kind of doing a pre-show with them right before we do it. And so by the time we get on the air, we've already done it. They've done it. You know, we've kind of done what we're going to be doing. Now I will do that with people that I have. I did a lot of shows with a group from Washington D.C., and we would have a pre-show all the time, because they were talking about something I was very interested in, alternative education, for people who didn't want to have a college degree but wanted to get a really good career, and I was interested in that. So I had different people that would come on. And in that case, I wanted to learn more about what they were doing. So I did have a consultation with them. I'd have a half-hour show with them beforehand, because I had to learn enough about what they were doing that I could, intelligently present that on the air. So that's what I do. I don't some people have a long consultation. I believe in a little bit shorter, but more to the point, I think.
It's a great answer. Thank you, Joe. That's really, thank you so much. I've learned quite a bit from that, actually. Thank you.
Well, thank you for asking. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Joe, Al, Lisa, and I were all at the same television network, and it was an in-person network. And I left there in, I think, 2020, the middle of 2020. And the memories that I have, I was doing morning coffee with Joe and Al. Imagine being with the two of them. It was so much fun. Joe, tell us a little bit about your business backgrounds outside of being a television show host, which you do so well. Tell us about your business background.
Oh, okay. Well, my background is basically sales and marketing. I got out of school with an English degree. I was going to but interesting enough, I was going to write the next great American novel, but life got in the way and I wasn't able to do that. So I had to get a job, and I got a job in sales, and I liked it. And I found out that working with people and being successful was really interesting. So I really had my most success with a large book publishing company that I worked with. And as a result, I started out as a salesman and in the Midwest in Chicago, Illinois. And I basically, in a few years, I was able to become a district manager in the area, Midwest, Ohio and Illinois and Indiana, Wisconsin, Michigan. And then as a result of having been the top 2 or 3 managers in the country in the district, as in a district level, I was promoted to a regional manager, and that's how I got out east. I basically had a region from Maine to Virginia, and it was and I settled in Philadelphia because it was at that time it was the most convenient. And then life kind of got in the way again for me, because the book publishing business took a turn for the wrong reasons, basically because of computers and textbooks and teaching materials and stuff like that, which I was in charge of, became more and more obsolete as IBM and other computers came in and sell the software. They gave the computers free. So that I was told that I was Reagan's second inauguration, by the way, and we had a thing with kids. The managers of the company would bring in the brightest kids from high school into one of the balls at the inauguration, and that's when I was a chaperone for one. And then I got a call from my vice president that said, "Well, we have good news and bad news for you." Well, what's the good news? I thought I was going to get a raise or something, or promotion. No, the thing was that they were going to dissolve my division, so I was going to be essentially out of a job. But they were going to move me to San Antonio, and due to personal reasons, I wasn't able to do that. So I found myself in a situation where I had obligations for family, et cetera, and I couldn't replace my job in this industry. So I was looking for an industry where I really could expand my sales experience, hopefully learn how to sell a product quick enough to come aboard and have to start all over as a salesman rather than manager then until I learned something. So I got into something called ISO 9000, which is a worldwide managerial system that's basically done in every country but America on almost like, let's say, the FDA, EPA or FDA or whatever you want to talk about it here. And then I found out that I could sell this kind of concept of quality management, and I really did well, very well, even exceeding my own expectations. I took over an office here in Cherry Hill, Pennsylvania at the time, or in New Jersey at the time, and my office was 32 out of 35, and the first year it went up to 15, and the second year it went up to 2. So I really was interested in doing that, and as a result, I actually left this company on a really high note to have a partnership with somebody in South Carolina doing the same kind of thing, and that unfortunately didn't work out for a lot of reasons. And so I've always been into conceptual sales. I like the idea of taking a product that not necessarily might be tangible, but a concept or an idea, and turn it into reality for somebody. So I found out that was a great transition from sales to TV, because you're always selling something. Everybody's selling it, whether you're the president of the United States or whether you're a sales clerk. Everybody's selling something. So I felt that my sales background and success in sales and marketing led me to the opportunities I have now as a host.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Joe. I love hearing your background. Renee had to drop off, but thank you, Joe. We have to move on to our next presenter, who's actually not here, but we have a video from her. Her name is Mariska Dupria, and she is in Australia. She used to be in New Zealand, but she's in Australia. And then we'll have a little bit of a conversation about it. If you both can stay, that would be terrific.
Sure. Stay with you.
Yeah. Here we go.
Excuse me.
Hello, my name is Mariska Dupria, and I am all the way from Australia. Yes, it is still time for me to be in bed and sleep, and thank you, Dr. Jacalyn, for giving me the opportunity to submit this little video so I can share a bit more about me, what I do, and potentially where you guys can get hold of me and where to find me. And of course, this is such an honor for me to be on this specific reunion show. We have done a couple of them over the years, and it is always fun to be here with you on USA Global TV and Radio, as well as E360 TV that shares all of our content so widely and generously. So thank you for that. So who am I and what am I even doing on the show? So normally you will find me on A Woman's Prerogative, which we do once a week, every Monday. And you can also find me on Talking Heads, where I am an expert presenter, and we talk about leadership and leadership-related topics. And that is also what I normally do during the day when I'm not sleeping. So I am a leadership development partner. Now, what does this mean? Sounds like weird words. So in my leadership development partnering space, one of the things that I do is I coach leaders. I also develop training, very specific, depending on the leaders that we are training and what it is that they need to learn. Or if it is some active learning that they want to do, we also provide some active learning spaces where leaders can actually not only learn the content, but get to implement the content that they learned so that we can integrate it and take it into our workspace and to our teams and actually know how it feels to have those types of conversations or whatever it is that we might have been learning. So when you think about your own development or the development of your team as a whole, you might be wondering, well, when do I know what to look at? When do I look at coaching? When do I look at training or something in between potentially? Well, it all depends on what it is that you want to achieve and where it is that you and your team might be finding yourselves. So what I have found is for a lot of leaders, there's a lot of knowledge that we hold, and we have the basic concepts of things. We have an understanding of certain ideas about things, but the implementation of it and then bringing it into life feels a little bit clunky. We don't always know how they actually fit together. We can't see a direct link to this thing that the person discussed and our own behaviors, or how that might actually work for us in our own space. And that is really where I come in, especially within the coaching space. So within that space, we get to explore together what that might look like for you. We come up with a couple of ideas of how you might be implementing this throughout your day, within your processes that you have. And then, of course, coming back to the coaching conversations, because no, it's not just one conversation, it's a whole series of conversations where we work on specific topics that you choose. We will then also look at what worked, what didn't work, what did you implement, what didn't you implement, and what is it that we need to look at next that would best serve you, your team, potentially your organization, or even the world. Who knows? So understanding that and helping people work through that is really, really something that I enjoy personally doing a lot, because I get to learn as much as you do. The other thing that I really love about coaching conversations is I never know where it will go because, well, you in charge. Literally, we go where you want to go and go and explore the things that you want to explore, so we can see how you can do them better, more effectively, as well as more authentically. So it is more a part of you and not just a concept or an idea. And of course, as you might know from your experience as a leader, or just your experience as a human, we do have a tendency to come across things that we find really difficult. And we might be in a pattern that we are holding, where we are finding these same type of things difficult continuously. Or it might just be that this is the first time that I came across this thing. I have to have this type of conversation. Might be that I don't like difficult conversations specifically. So how do I actually have these conversations, because they're really important to have, in a way where I feel good about them, and I also know it's generative for the other person or potentially for the team. I also work with teams, so teams themselves intact, where we look at the dynamic between the team members and how we are creating this new team and its own energy as a whole. So thinking about the value that we create, the purpose that we have for being together as a team, what it is that we uniquely do and we uniquely do different. Why do we even need to exist as a team? Because sometimes, yes, we are only a group of people, and a lot of times, especially in the workplace, we are a team. And we cannot function properly without the input of all the team members, and not just from a, well, this person's really good at this and that's why they do it and all the rest of it, but also our combined strengths and interactions makes a big difference on the effectiveness of our team. So understanding how that works, seeing how we work well together, any of the team dynamics that may or may not be so much fun that we are going through, we work with all of that in the process as well. So that's basically what I do. And as I mentioned a little bit early on, you can find me on USA Global TV and Radio at least twice in different spaces. The one is A Woman's Prerogative, where we literally talk about, well, mostly anything and everything, as well as Talking Heads, where we really focus on leadership-specific topics and what is important to leaders and things to take into consideration within that space. So if you would like to get hold of me via my email, you can do so. My email is mariska@journey2discover.com. Alternatively, you can also find me on my website, which is www.journey2discover.com. Or we can also connect via LinkedIn. So on LinkedIn, you can send me a direct message, nice and easy, connect up, and we can start our conversation. And of course, this is for anybody that's interested in the leadership topic in general, or might be that you have a very specific goal. You might want to be moving into leadership, or you are in your phases of moving up within the leadership space. As you might imagine, every single step is a little bit different. So depending on where you are within your leadership journey, it might be that you need to grow and learn new things within that space in order to really, really fill that space to its capacity, as well as growing yourself to go beyond that space and potentially into the next one. So I look forward to seeing you either at A Woman's Prerogative and my Talking Head show, or somewhere in between. Contact me and we can start our conversation. Enjoy the rest of the show. Until next time. Bye-bye for now.
Wow. Thank you so much, Mariska. Mariska is probably still sleeping, probably getting up soon in Australia. So we really appreciate her taking the time to record that. Mariska and I actually met, I believe, in 2019 when I signed up to take a life coaching course. And she also was part of the program, and we did a lot of role plays back and forth together. And then we became good friends. And as the story goes, she helped me figure out how I was going to retire from my corporate career. And we came up with plan A, B, and C. I retired March 6th of 2020, and then the pandemic hit, so I had to go with plan B+. So I'm going to bring Kim Adele Randall on. She's backstage. Welcome. Good to see you.
Good to see you too, my lovely. Oh, my lovely. Lovely.
Kim Adele is joining us from London. We actually also met in person with her beautiful daughter, and I'm looking forward to seeing you all again, Dr. Chan as well, in November. So Kim Adele has been here since the beginning. She actually was referred to me by another person who you were interviewing, I guess, Stephen Gillen. And Kim has a show called Authentic Achievements. She has her own platform called Authentic Achievements, and she's brought that platform here. So thank you for joining us today on the Reunion Show.
Thank you for having me, my lovely, both today on the show and as part of the team in general. I would appreciate it.
It's an absolute pleasure. And Kim, you haven't met Joseph, I don't think, have you?
No, I don't think we have. Joseph, lovely to meet you.
Oh, my pleasure.
Joseph is a professional TV show host. He's been doing it for years, in-person television, and we used to work together on TV with Cini and Lisa Manyoky. So Kim Adele, it's your 15 minutes, so please do start your presentation.
Okay, fabulous. Thank you. Well, it's such a delight to be here, having, as Dr. Jacalyn said, been here from the start. And it's been such an amazing journey to be on, because I think, you know, we have such a privilege in what we do here as hosts, in meeting some incredible people and being able to bring their story to life. One of my greatest beliefs is that there is a story in every one of us, and that every one of us deserve to have that story heard. And so platforms like this, and like my platform, allow me to bring those stories and share them with the wider audience. And I often pinch myself because I get this amazing job of listening to people's journey, listening to their lived experience, learning from it, and getting to share that with the world. And I'm super excited to also now be expanding my role slightly here on USA Global TV as one of the UK country leads, to be able to bring more people to the platform and give more people an opportunity to be able to share their story, to be able to give their lived experience and their insight to the world. Because I think sometimes we hold ourselves back. We find ourselves lacking. We look at the seemingly perfect lives of everybody else's on social media, and then we compare them with the messy reality of our own existence, and we find ourselves lacking. And yet it's not true. I look at my own social media, and I am guilty of not posting the no makeup selfie when I've been up all night with my little girl, but that really is my gift to the world. Or not posting when we've burnt dinner because we were too busy playing hide and seek. But those are the reality. And I think that's why my show is called Authentic Achievements, which is actually what we really need to do is find out what success looks like for us, and then live that authentic life. And that can feel very scary, taking the courage, taking the step to step into being yourself. I remember the first time that I really started to do that, I'd spent probably at that point nearly 20 years desperately trying to fit into what I thought was expected of me as a corporate leader and a corporate board leader. And so my entire wardrobe was like black with the occasional bit of navy blue thrown in for color. And I desperately tried to conform to expectations. And every day I found myself lacking because I wasn't being me. And then I remember going for quite a big job. I was the UK head of sales for a big accounting software firm. And I remember thinking to myself, as I went into the interview, this job is too big to do the job and also try and be something that I'm not. And I don't want them to find that out once I've got the job. I'd rather them find it out in the interview. And so I remember getting to the end of the interview. I sat with the chief people officer, and she said, Kim, if you had to describe yourself in one word, what would it be? And I remember looking at her and saying, loud. And she looked aghast. She was like, sorry, loud. And I said, well, you've known me for what, 50 minutes? And she was like, yeah. I said, do you think I'm loud? And she went, well, actually, yes. I said, great. In that case, it's self-aware and it's honest. So I'll stick with it. And we became good friends afterwards. And she said that answer got me the job, because it was the first time in 15 years of asking the question that somebody hadn't come back and saying, I'm driven, I'm motivated, I'm inspiring, all things that were their positives. And actually, sometimes what we've got to do is recognize that our imperfection is our perfection, because once we understand it, we can actually do things to make it serve us instead of making it hold us back. And that began my journey really into the transition over many years from doing the corporate roles. So like Dr. Jacalyn, I stepped away from corporate work in about 2018, following a second bout of serious illness, and focused instead on being a mum, bringing up my little girl, who is my North Star. And I've been really fortunate to have been given opportunities like being part of USA Global TV and Radio, opportunities like in the pandemic, literally on day one of the pandemic, being asked if I would co-author a book, to which I was like, no, can't write a book. I can't even write a shopping list. So definitely no. The response came back with, Kim, you're locked in with a 2-year-old. What else are you going to do? Fair point. And so I wrote it. And the next challenge was you had 5 days to write that book. And on day 10, we published. And on day 12, I remember being live on BBC Radio London talking about how you become a multi-times international bestseller in the middle of a pandemic, and thinking, I really don't know. But I guess what I wanted to do as part of today's reunion show was say, if life's taught me anything, it's taught me 2 things that I hope will be useful to the audience. The first is everything in it is a lesson, a blessing, or both. So in those moments where you don't feel blessed, look for the lesson, and the blessing is wrapped up right in there. And the second thing that I've learned is when the opportunity comes, even if you're scared, even if you've got no idea how you're going to do it, say yes. Because saying yes is taking action and belief. And I promise the rest comes to you. You know, all of a sudden, the resources you need, the people you need, the confidence you need will turn up as soon as you take action in your belief. And so that's really what I wanted to come on and share today, which is, and if you've got a story in you, if you've got a burning desire to come here and join us and you know, bring your own show to life or be interviewed on one of our shows, then trust that your lived experience is valuable. And we worry about how many people we can impact. You know, well, what if loads of people aren't interested? And for me, the most important thing is the thing I learned in speaking to people, in writing books, is you should always be talking to and speaking with one person. You should have one person in mind that is the you that you were before you lived your lived experience, before you learnt it. And if that's the person you talk to, it's worth it, because you will connect with the other people out there that are in just that position. And think back to when you were in that moment and go, what would you have given if somebody could have shared their lived experience to give you hope that this too will pass? And so I hope that that might be useful to people. You know, as somebody once said, which I loved, in everything in life, this too will pass. All the good times, they too will pass. All the bad times, they too will pass. Because the only thing that is constant in life is momentum. It's keeping going. It's keeping moving forward. And so if you've got a desire to get your story out there, please do get in touch. You can contact me on my email, which is kimadel@authenticachievements.com. You can find out more about my platform and the show I do on this platform at authenticachievements.com. Or you can find out more through USA Global TV and Radio. But I'd say if there's anything that you should do, it is to take that next step. It is to just believe. And I'd like to end my little segment, if it's possible, with the quote I wrote for my little girl, but I believe that it is true of all of us. And that is that we need to dream big. We need to be curious. We need to take action, and we need to believe, because every one of us is proof that miracles happen to somebody.
Every time you speak, there are so many gems. It's amazing. I really mean that.
Bless you. Thank you. And thank you for letting me come on and witter on to the lovely global audience of USA Global TV and Radio. It's always a joy. And I think there's so many amazing stories out there that have yet to be told. And the first step is just telling somebody. Because we sit here and I sit backstage and I think, I've got nothing of interest to say, and I'm going to add no value. And yet you just have one person who goes, oh my God, that really made sense, or I really needed to hear that. And that has to be worth it, doesn't it?
Absolutely, on all points. If you haven't seen Kim's show, Authentic Achievements, please do go to the playlist on YouTube, which I'm going to bring up the YouTube channel, because every show she's got a quote, but she also has real life experience and is incredible in the work that she does. And if you see her with her daughter, it's just true love, and it just fills my heart. I'm so grateful that I had the opportunity to meet both of you in person.
Oh, we are so grateful for the opportunity to meet you. You are Scarlett's new favourite, and as you know from me sharing her dance show outfit over the weekend, the beautiful necklace that you gave her is a perfect match for Tutu. And so she has been in true Dr. Jacalyn style. She's been in school every day this week, full tiara, to show everybody about her dance piece. And you know, I think we learn so much from our children, and I'm so very grateful. And I do have a little bit of news that I can share, only at the start piece, which is I wrote a book for my little girl, and it was trying to help her overcome the grief. So we were coming up to the first anniversary of my father's death in May of this year, and I'm thrilled to say somebody actually read the book, suggested it to a publisher, and it has in public. It's being produced for publication. So watch this space. It's out later on this year, hopefully. And I wrote it for Scarlett to help her. But if it helps one other person, then it's worth sharing our story.
Outstanding. Congratulations. And by the way, in the United States, it's different than it is outside the United States. So the fact that you got a publisher and it's actually moving forward is a tremendous accomplishment.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm still in that space of pinching myself, going, it's really real. It's like, because it wasn't written for that. It was written for my little girl, and it was just as it's just, I've got it on my desk. It's a little PDF, and it was only because somebody read it and said, you need to share this. This could help other people. That I did, and I really expected. This is another one of those moments of saying, when somebody tells you something, do it, and because they are giving you their belief in them. So I'll be honest, I sent it to the publishers expecting to either hear nothing or for them to come back and say, thank you very much. It's been lovely to read now. Never darken our doorstep again. And I was blown away with the fact that not only, I was super lucky, not only did I get one publishing contract, I got 3 contract offers, all within an 8-week period of having written the book, which was like, how did that happen? And I'm so thrilled that I actually chose the first people, because they have as much passion and as much love for the book as I do, and they're just a joy to work with. And once I'm able to share more on who they are, I will do, because they've just been epic, and I'm grateful every day to the fact that I am blessed to be surrounded by amazing people like you guys, like the publishers, like my friends and family. And I think that, we grow that way, don't we? And somebody on my podcast said the other day, and I loved this, I'd never heard this term before. He calls it post-traumatic growth. And I loved that, because everything you've heard before is like post-traumatic stress. It's about staying in it. But actually, once you've learned to be able to kind of deal with whatever's gone on in your world, to be able to create some distance between what's happened and how it makes you feel, then you do grow. You do become a bigger version of yourself, a more confident version of yourself, and more aligned to who you're supposed to be. And that phrase just gives me hope that, whatever we're going through, we are going to grow through.
Outstanding. I'm so happy for you. It was meant to be. Obviously, it's a multi-purpose thing that you did. You did something out of the love of your heart for your daughter, and now that is going to emanate across the world, helping so many people.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'm very, very, very blessed.
Very happy for you. And I also want to share, when I met with Kim Adele and Scarlett in person in London a few weeks ago, Kim Adele actually wrote something for me, which I have right here, by the way. It's called For Dr. Jacalyn, A Legacy of Light by Kim Adele. It's right here. And she read it to me. She read it to me in person. And when she started reading it to me, I thought I was going to pass out. I thought I was just going to start sobbing and pass out. And Scarlett was filming the whole thing. And I don't even know how she had the intuition when I started like getting really teary. She moved the camera away. And I thought, wow, that's pretty good that she didn't zoom in on it. But this really touched my heart, and I will never forget it. I want to get it framed, but it's 3 pages, so I'm not sure how to do that. But it's right here in my studio, right next to
Made it more condensed. Because when I wrote it, I did think I'll frame it, and then when it was 3 pages long, I was like, I don't know how to do that.
Yeah, but it's absolutely beautiful. So thank you for that.
Pleasure. It was an absolute pleasure. I think for me that kind of is. I often find writing stuff is how I try and make my sense of the world. For me, and it was such an honor that it touched you, that it resonated, because I think when you write something, that's the biggest concern, isn't it? Is that the person, it might not land the way you wanted it to, and so I'm very grateful. Scarlett was very, very grateful. She loved the fact she had the opportunity to film, and just I just loved the bond that you two created so very quickly.
And Dr. Chan, you'll love this. So I when I was with Scarlett, Kim Adele's daughter, I had never met her before. And I saw the way she was dressed, and she had butterflies, and she had a lot of pink, and she had her nails done. They were blue, just like Kim Adele's. And I thought to myself, I want her to have my Hello Kitty necklace. And Dr. Chan and I have been walking around London looking for Hello Kitty. I think that was the last time I was there. I didn't remember if it was this time or the last time, but this was a Trina Tarantino necklace that was Hello Kitty. And I went, my suitcase was in storage because my room wasn't right. I'm like, I need my suitcase. So I'm going through the suitcase, and I found the Hello Kitty necklace, and I gave it to Scarlett. And I'm so glad that I did. I would have given her the earrings, but they were for pierced ears, and I didn't ask permission from Kim Adele if that was okay. So I'm trying to get her ears pierced.
She has pierced ears, Dr. Jacalyn, not yet anyway. She would love them. So I'm super grateful that you didn't, because that would have been the next badgering. Come on, Mummy, it's time for pierced ears. I'm like, not yet. We're not there yet.
That's why I didn't do it. Even though I'm not a parent, I knew she'd be like, oh, I have to get my ears pierced. And then you'd be like, well, you didn't ask me if that was okay. So I thought, when I come back, if you want her to have them, she can have them.
Oh, that's so kind. And yeah, she loves the necklace. And you know, she just cherishes it, shows everybody. And it was such a beautiful gift, such a thoughtful gift, and such a personal gift. And I think that's why it means so much to her, because she understands that it's a one-off and it was yours. And so that means even more.
Well, thank you. Thank you for sharing that. I appreciate it. So Dr. Chan and Joseph, do you have any questions or comments or feedback for Kim Adele?
For me, Kim, I just want to say that congratulations on your book, having that published. And most of all, I think it's so beautiful in the way that you wrote for your daughter to give her advice. And that advice is going into the collective, is going on a global, and all mothers everywhere will be gravitating towards that, and even fathers as well. I think that's amazing. Congratulations. But my question to you is, in the way that when you were talking, you're talking about your presentation, you said something to say, when you have something that is brought to your attention, or something new for you to experience, something new, you said, even though you don't have the tools of experience, just do it. And I find that remarkable. So how do you justify that?
Okay, so as human beings, all of us don't like to feel wrong or stupid. So you have to trust that whoever's asking you to do it believes that you can. They can see something in you that you can't see. Because if not, you're going to fail and they're going to look stupid. So they're not going to give you that opportunity unless they believe you're going to be successful. And so borrow their belief. Borrow their belief that you are going to be successful, and then do everything you can to get your belief to level it. And for me, it kind of came about when it was probably my first step towards syndrome. And I remember being given this guy who I aspired to be like as a leader. I was desperate to even emulate a little bit of what he did. And he gave me Leader of the Year, and he rang me up and he was telling me all these wonderful things. And I was there going, well, if only you knew what I knew, if only you knew how hopeless I was. I know. And as I was having this conversation while smiling at him and nodding and going, thank you very much, I was still in my head going, if only you knew. It suddenly struck me. It was like, hold on for a second. So why did I think that my opinion, that I couldn't, that I wasn't good enough, that I wasn't able, why did I think that was more likely and more credible than his belief that I could, and that I did deserve it, and that I did show something? And so, well, that doesn't make sense. I don't value my opinion at all. So why am I suddenly putting it ahead of this person who I aspire to be like? And so in that moment, I thought, I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to borrow his belief. I'm going to borrow his belief, and I'm going to do everything I possibly can to not let him down. And so I did, and I was really lucky. I got to work with him 2 more times for 2 other jobs that I didn't think I could do, but he thought I could do. And in both of them, I ended up being successful. And I think it was in those parts that said, trust that whoever is giving you the opportunity believes you can do it. Because if they didn't believe you could do it, they wouldn't ask you. Because in asking you, they risk making themselves look stupid. because if you fail, they too look silly, that like they didn't actually come with enough care. And so I guess it's just trying to change that perspective slightly, that's going, we are not always certainly I was not always or ever my greatest cheerleader. Most of the time, I wasn't even a very good friend to myself. In fact, I was probably a very, very good enemy. And so why trust that voice? Why trust that voice when all these others are saying something different? And I guess when I first got a coach, I had to go and ask friends, family, colleagues, so tell me one or two things you think I do well, and tell me one or two things where I get in my own way. And they came back unanimously with strengths being brave and fearless. And I was like, don't get that. I live in fear every single day, every minute of being wrong, of being stupid, of looking weird. And yet they took the same lived experience and they were like, you will literally up sticks and move somewhere you know nobody for a job you don't think you can do. And that's brave and fearless. And I went, interesting. I thought that was flighty and a little bit stupid. And so I'd lived my life with these labels that I had then said they thought of me. But when I actually had the courage to ask them what they thought of me, they saw the exact opposite of what I saw. And so I realized that our self-mirror is very often distorted. I don't know, does that answer your question?
Yeah, in every way. Borrow their belief. I love it. Thank you. That's golden wisdom for you. Thank you, Kim. Lovely. Thank you.
I told you every time she says something. Joe, what questions or comments do you have for Kim?
Well, I think that was really fascinating. It's very nice meeting you, by the way.
Really nice meeting you too.
You know, one thing I always work on, and on my own self, I really try to get the self-awareness of who I really am. And I think that's what we're talking about all the time. Because it's so easy to get caught into a trap of what you think somebody should, who you think you should be based on what people say or think about you. And I think that, and I really think that you hit the nail right in the head by saying you have to be who you are. Yeah. And constantly look at that, because you know you can be anybody you want to be, but you have to take advantage of the fact that you can control your destiny. And I think that's one of the things that you have really brought, that I learned from you today. And like I said, I was working on it. I always think that self-awareness of being who you are is really important.
It's so true, Joseph, and thank you. That's really, really kind. I live my life, as poor Dr. Jacalyn knows, because I've always got a quote for everything. They tumble out of my mouth constantly. But I'm always very much reminded of it was Oscar Wilde that said, "Be yourself, everybody else is taken." And that one really resonated with me, because we do try and fit in and comply, and yet actually who we are in here, that's our gift to the world. And it can be hard, and it can be scary, and it can be daunting to take that step and go, I'm going to be me. That doesn't mean to say I don't have areas I need to work on. Every one of us is a work in progress. But we can celebrate the gifts we bring whilst working on the things that need fixing. And I think we sometimes we don't give ourselves and we don't give others permission to do that, which is to bring our whole selves to the situation and almost learn on the job. I say to my little girl all the time, our only job in life is to be a better version of ourselves today than we were yesterday, not a better version of somebody else, a better version of us. So whoever we are and however we show up in the world, our job is tomorrow to be even better at being us than we were today. I said, and if you're doing that, and we also have a family motto, and this is the one that we came up with a family mission statement, and that was to live a life of passionate curiosity and pass our thoughts, words, and deeds through the lenses of: is it kind, is it honest, and does it add value? And I think for us that becomes our guiding compass to: are we being a better version of ourselves today, and have we done so by treading carefully in the world? And I guess for me, that's what my authentic success looks like. That might not be what anybody else's is. Okay.
I think that's beautiful. I love the way you put that all together. I think that we're all going to leave with something from what you just shared. There's some kind of back talk. But I also wanted to reach out to Dr. Chan and give her a thank you about something, because Kim, when you're speaking, it really resonates with me about being peaceful. And Dr. Chan contacted me, I don't know when it was, and she said that at some point I was going to be up for some kind of award, which I'm not going to say what it is. And I said to her, well, in order for that to happen, I'd have to be a peace ambassador, and I'm not a peace ambassador. And so now I am. So I want to thank Dr. Chan for that. I'm actually going to a peace conference in Minnesota in August. But the reason I bring it up is because I think to myself now, just thinking what you shared, Kim, is I need to be in touch with who I am, and I need to be in a peaceful place. And everything I'm doing now, I say to myself, wait a minute, you're a peace ambassador. You can't get upset about this or that, because you've taken a commitment to be in a peaceful place. So Dr. Chan, I just wanted to officially thank you on television for suggesting that you were going to put me up for this award. Let's not say what it is, but that I needed to be a peace ambassador. How did you know that?
How did I know? Because I have a gift, Dr. Jacalyn, where I can read people's hearts, what they want in their life. And it's almost like I connect with that voice, I connect with that heart and that feeling. And at the same time, I connect with the universe as a conduit, and they let me know, okay, you need to do this, you need to do that. And I contact people on a whim, and they're going, well, I was actually thinking about that, and I was thinking the impossible, and it's almost the right time. The universe works with me so that when I contact someone, it's that right time, it's the right divine time, the right vibrational alignment to it. And then the magic happens. I'm like this fairy,
Well, I can share this, that whatever Dr. Chan tells me I should be doing, 99 times out of 100, I'm doing it, because she is spot on. So thank you, my dear friend. I just wanted to let you know that I am going to the Peace Conference, and I'm looking forward to it.
Fantastic.
And I want to share one other thing, and then we're going to just go over to our website and to our YouTube channel. Joe, I'm going to unmute you now. Let's see. Okay, everything's fine now. So when we're talking about putting ourselves out there and doing things, I was in a class at Lifetime Fitness, and the coach was talking about this indoor triathlon that's coming up. And I've never done a triathlon, but for some reason, when the class was over, I went up to him and I just said, are we competing against people in our own age categories, or how does it work? And he said, you're competing against yourself. It's for distance. So it's indoors, it's swimming, followed by biking, followed by running. So I thought about it for a couple of hours, and I went on the app and I signed up for it. It was $85. I signed up for it. And the next day I was thinking, I can't do this. Why did I do this? I'm so stupid. I hate myself. Why would I put myself out there? I don't even have a bathing suit. I haven't been swimming in years. I have colored hair. I got these long nails. Like, can you see me in the pool? I mean, it's ridiculous. So I went on the app to try to cancel it, and you can't cancel. So then I thought, well, I guess when it comes, it's in about a month and a half. When it comes up, I guess I just won't show up. And then I said to myself, really? That's not you. You're going to have to show up because you made a commitment to do it. So what did I do next? I went on Amazon and I got an inexpensive bathing suit. I got goggles, and I got a bathing cap. So now I'm going to force myself to start going and swimming so I can prepare for it. But I'm telling you now, I'm not comfortable with it. I don't like the idea of getting into the pool. I've walked by the pool a few times and I've looked at it. It's two huge pools, by the way. This club it's huge. And I thought, I'm going to look like an idiot. I'm going to have to cut my nails, like all these things that were completely off topic. Things, excuses that I'm giving myself as reasons to why I'm not going to do well. And then I calmed myself down and I said, you have been working out for years. You constantly push yourself. You're in better shape than most people your age, and you're not competing against anyone except yourself. So stop going down this route. But I still have that little nagging voice saying about the swimming, because I know I can do the running and I know I can do the biking. So anyway, I just thought I would share that as a way of me getting some personal growth that I guess is what I needed. That's why I signed up.
But look at the way, Dr. Jacalyn, with your solid core, the way that you just went a record-breaking solid core. And there were younger people that were there. I'm talking like in their 20s. And you just went in and you just, with a force, a velocity, a force, you're like an Amazonian goddess, queen, whatever. You're Olympic. So yeah, you can do this. You can,
but not
do
in the
it.
pool. I have no
Yes.
experience swimming. So that, I mean, I'm a swimmer. I can swim very well, but it's not something I've incorporated into my routine. I used to go swimming at the Y many years ago. And then, just true story, I saw something floating in the water that came from a human body and should not have been in the water. And then that was the last time I went into the water. I was like, this is not a toilet, people. I don't know why people do these things. But anyway, I just want to thank all of you for being here. I'm going to go through the website and the YouTube channel, so you don't have to stay for that if you don't want to. But what would you like to share? Joe, you're brand new to our channel, but you've extensive experience in television and media. We're so happy to have you starting your new show. What would you like to leave the audience with today?
Well, I one of the things I really liked about the social and meeting the people I've met is that I think everybody's authentic here, and I think that's the most important thing, is to come be, like she said, be yourself and be authentic, and always have empathy for the people you're going to be working with, because that's most appreciative, and I think that I want to hopefully bring to the network.
And Joe, thank you for that. What is the best way for people to reach you? Because we don't have your contact details here. Do you want people to reach out? And if so, what's the best way?
Well, they can text me if they want to, 856-287-7971, or they can reach me at my email address, which is RJ, and my last name, which is spelled A like an apple, S like in Sam, U like an uncle, M like in Mary, E like in Edward, N like in Nancy, D like in Donald, I like in Indiana, at att.net. And the best way to do it, really, text works so fast that I prefer text, just because it's easier to read and I have a tendency to respond quicker. But those are the two best ways to get a hold of me. And anybody wants to call me, I'd be more than happy to return any phone calls.
All right, Joe, we're going to need to put that in the chat. And guess what, my friend, you're going to have to get on WhatsApp, because a lot of our following is outside the US. So to text you, they're going to need to send it to you on WhatsApp.
Yeah, I'm on WhatsApp, so I'll have to share that with you too.
Oh, okay, good. Well, maybe you can put it in the private chat. That would be terrific. And
Okay.
Dr. Chan, what would you like to leave people with today as your closing message?
For me, thank you, Dr. Jacalyn. First of all, I just want to say, anyone out there who has a story, who wants to share their brand, who wants to bring education, who wants to be who wants to come on board the mothership and be part of the crew, then please do go on to the website and please do sign up. Sign up and watch the shows and have no fear, because you can be a TV co-host, or you can have your own show. This is what Dr. Jacalyn Kerbeck has provided. She's provided a media of radio and TV where we have a voice. So she's giving you the platform to share your voice. And I would like anyone to contact me who wants to find out their creative passion and be connected to their star child and just learn to love endlessly and be a fairy and spread your magic everywhere. Sparkle, 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 sparkle. There you go.
She's really like this in person too. I want you to know this is very authentic. Thank you, Dr. Chan. Kim Adele, what is your final message for today?
I think my final message is just to everybody listening and watching. No matter what you tell yourself, just know that you are enough and that you have got value to share. And that story inside you is inside you because it's meant to get out and help somebody else. And if that resonates and you want me to help you get that story out, get in touch and come on the show.
Thank you very much. And by the way, we've been streaming for 4.5 hours. How about that? And we had a show right before this, which was with Zunette Lube, who is in Cape Town in South Africa. She did her Talking Heads episode. And we have a show right after this, the Persistence Payoff Show with Kimberly Schaefer, who is in California. So we truly are global. All right, I'm going to go through the website quickly and our YouTube channel. So if you want to stay, you can. And if not, I totally get it. But I want to thank you for being here, taking the time, sharing your expertise and your knowledge. And I look forward to seeing you on your shows very soon. All right, friends, we're now going over to our website. Our website is usaglobaltv.com. And if you've been here before, you're going to notice that there's some additions. First of all, we have the listening retreat. And we also have German shows. How about that? So I'm going to walk through each of these sections, and then we will see if anyone has any questions about this. Okay, so first of all, on the first page, you're going to get the welcome. And then this is one of our top shows, Dear James. We heard from him earlier in the video that I provided. We have people who have the book, Broadcasting Brilliance, and we're featuring them here. And then, of course, we also have our sponsorship for Broadcasting Brilliance, which is the book that I wrote about the evolution of USA Global TV and radio, and it features our team members. We also have that going on the road. This needs to be updated. Who's managing this website? That would be me. The place that I've been. And then, of course, we have an awards program that we give to people every year. We give out awards to recognize people who are the top in their categories. And we also have new shows coming all the time. You can find out about them here. We have Royal Breaking News from London. We have our mission statements. And then we'll come back up to the top. So at the top here, we have our shows. This is a place where if you're interested, what are the TV shows that they have? Also the platforms where we stream. So we also use distributors. We're on Amazon Fire. We're on E360 TV. E360 TV distributes content and they distribute to hundreds of platforms. We're also on Zizzle TV and they distribute to hundreds of platforms, different ones. Cini was on earlier today, and this is his show, Ahead for Business, coming up. And also Maggie, the substitute teacher, and I meant to put this up earlier. Maggie actually did something so cool. I've never seen this before except on her shows, and she did it here. Let me find the comment. This is really nice. She actually made a contribution to the show through YouTube. I have to go through all, here we go. And it's Maggie, the substitute teacher. She donated $9.99, showing love and support from another African. So she must have done that when Janetta was on from Africa today. So that's really cool. I didn't even know you could do that, but obviously you can. So thank you for sharing that with us. And so you can just go through here. You can scroll through. You can find all of our shows. I'm not going to go through all of them. And then you can come over here and there's information about our listening retreat. So I'm doing a retreat with Philip Sykes. So it's USA Global TV and Radio is doing a retreat with the British School of Excellence. And we have all different packages. It can be a little confusing. It's not meant to be. It's just some people want to stay overnight. Some people don't. Some people live locally. They just want to come for the afternoon tea. They just want to come for the networking. So you can find out about that there. We're excited. I'm going to be teaching one of my courses and Philip is teaching one of his courses. And then, of course, we have Join Us. This is where we will have all of our partners for the state and the country. And these are people who are going to be actively looking for new people to join our team. I'm holding training next week. I think it's on Tuesday. So I already have more people that have signed up since then. So we're going to talk about the channels that we're on. This is just an advertisement really to subscribe to our channel. And here are the different options that we have. So you can come here and you can look at these, but you can host your own show that's pre-recorded. You can host a show that's live. You can have us just distribute your content. You can be an expert presenter on Talking Heads, a panelist on A Woman's Prerogative. All the prices are there. And then we come up, and this is for Roland and Renee. They're going to be working for bringing people to bring new content in German. So this page is all in German. And then you can contact Roland here at the end. If you are German speaking, then you can obviously know what these things mean. Here is really the whole crux of the website. It's book your session. This is where you would come if you want to be a guest. We are offering up to 3 interviews in 2025, and anything more than 3, and some people have really taken advantage of this, we would like you to pay. And the reason we want you to pay, it's only $57.99, is because we want as many people as possible to come on. And if you're looking for free publicity, I understand that, but let's not take advantage of it. We have some people who have been on this year 6 and 7 times, and it's just not, it's not part of our protocol. We also have a whole place for testimonials. This is where I mentioned interview me again. So you've been here 3 times. You want to come back 4 or 5, then you're going to pay the fee. And today's reunion show, obviously, will be taking this off. We also offer you the opportunity to have your specific interview featured on Zizzle. And again, they distribute to hundreds of platforms, and they focus in their own words, and I'm using air quotes, on yellow, brown, and black people. That's their target audience. And then, of course, we have a huge connection to the United Kingdom, to London. We have so many followers there. I mentioned this to Dr. Chan. When I was over in your beautiful country, I felt like I was a celebrity. I could not believe it. I'm like, okay, at Cherry Hill, no one knows who I am. No one cares who I am. But when I was in London, I never felt that special in my entire life. So thank you to all of you beautiful British people. Okay, and so here's where you would come. This is where everything is to book your session. So now, because we have so many things going on, and I actually have 5 websites, I put everything here on this website so people don't have to go looking places. So if you're looking to come to the retreat, if you're looking to take any of my courses, it's all here. It makes it very easy. And then here are the shows. So for example, let's say you wanted to be on the Wise Ones. You just click here, book your session. And then you look and see there's nothing this month. There's nothing in August. There's nothing in September. Wow. Okay. So October is the first time this show is open. So you would come here and you would click the 16th. You click on 1 o'clock. You click book. And then I already had something in my basket. So I just make sure that this is all I have. And then you're going to put the information in. We need this information. The first name, last name, email, phone number. And this is really important. People will not fill this part out. They'll just put, I'll send it. And then they don't send it. So what happens? What happens is then it's time to promote your show. We have no headshot and we have no bio. So if I'm the one who's creating the promo for the audience, I have to go searching for you. So I go to LinkedIn and you're not there. Or maybe there's 5 of you with the same name and I don't know what you look like. If you send in your picture, we're going to put it on the promo. So you're going to see the host and you're going to see you. You don't send in the picture, we can't do it. And if you don't send the bio, we don't know where people can find you. So during the show, we're bringing up your links like we did today. If we don't have them, we can't find them. So you're losing out is what I'm saying. So basically, that's all that you would do. And then you're going to get a confirmation email. And in that case, you're going to know exactly when you're going to be on. It's going to go in your calendar. And so we have so many different opportunities that you have to actually go to the second page, and I think even a third page. So that's where you would book in. And so, for example, when Joe has a show, it's going to be there. You'll be able to book in there. Now, some of our show hosts don't want to have other people booking in. They only want their own guests. I'm going to stop sharing for a moment. So, for example, I can think of one show. I'm not going to say which one, but the show host doesn't want just the public going on and booking. They don't want any publicists going and booking. They want to hand pick and choose the people who are going to be on there. So in that case, we're going to keep the booking tool closed, and then we're going to actually reach out to the person individually and send them a unique booking code. All right, I'm going to go on to our YouTube channel because we're running out of time and our next show is coming up.
Wait, Jeff, you have to leave.
Yes.
Okay, I have to leave because I have another appointment at 2:30, so I'm running a little behind.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so I want to thank you again. I have to leave. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Thanks for being here. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Joe.
Nice to meet you.
I'll
My pleasure.
be in touch. Okay, bye.
Thank you. Bye, Joe.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, Dr. Chan, it's you and me. So I'm going to wrap this up in the next 4 minutes. So apparently we now have 106,000 subscribers on our Silver Creator Award-winning channel, and we've got 8,400 videos. So basically what you would do is, because this is me coming in and I'm the admin, you would subscribe here to USA Global TV and Radio. Just click subscribe wherever it is. And you can come across here and you can find out any of the information that you want to find. So these are the shows that we just had. We have search engine optimization on this platform. What that means is we have a team of people who do search engine optimization. And so it usually takes a week before the authentic views are going to go up. So right here, you'll see Julianne Mejia's show, Inside the Cannabis Industry. That was just yesterday. So there's 244 authentic views at the moment. That will definitely increase after our team does their work. Anytime you see this logo, this is a podcast. All of our shows are turned into podcasts after they live stream. And we had somebody here earlier today who said that they have a podcast. You actually have a live television show that then becomes a podcast. So the value is that not only are you on the video portion, now your shows are on the audio portion as well. So you can get different audiences. So these are the shows that are probably most recent and the ones that are still waiting for search engine optimization. Some of the shows like Mariska's that she did today, I did this morning, and this is going to be its own video. So even though her video was part of our show, it's also out there for her to get her own publicity. So I hope that makes sense. Madeline, am I speaking clearly on that?
Very much so. Yeah. Very.
Okay.
Yes. Absolutely.
Fantastic. Thank you. And then I'm going to bring up our other channel. Let me stop sharing for a moment. Our other channel is Dr. Jacalyn Kerbeck. And this one is was a backup channel, actually, because YouTube can shut you down at any time. And then you will basically lose all the access to your content, even though we have it backed up. We have so many hard drives. So here I'm going to share the screen now. And we'll take a look at that. So this is the second channel. This is Dr. Jacalyn Kerbeck. And so the same content is on this channel as is on the other channel. So now we have 36.8 thousand subscribers. And you see we have less videos. And we have less videos because this channel was a backup and we weren't running it from the beginning. But going back to, I would say we started this August of 2022, this particular channel. This channel has no search engine optimization on it. So what you see, 16 views, 2 views, 2 views, they're the actual number of views from people who are watching on that particular day. We want to do search engine optimization on this channel, but it's very expensive. So in looking at building a brand and growing a brand, where I'm putting our time and effort is in having our own app. And there have been a number of challenges with 2 different companies that I've hired so far. They can't do the work. It's just not working out. So I don't know what the reason is, but anyway, we may go back to doing search engine optimization on the second channel and put the investment there. I'm not sure. But thanks for listening. That was our 2 YouTube channels. Obviously, we're on social media. We're on Amazon Fire. We're on E360, and we're on Zizzle. So we're on many platforms. Yes, and you've got the book. Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you. We'll need a picture of you to put it on the website. And what I want to leave you with about our shows is after we live stream, they then become podcasts. So it's another place for people to find it on different platforms. And they're also edited and repurposed. So artificial intelligence actually steps in and edits the clips. And then we go in and we put them on all the different platforms. So the additional platform of TikTok is added for the edited, repurposed videos. I don't decide if you have a show, I don't decide where it gets cut up and what segments get put out there. Artificial intelligence does. And I would think because some shows it has a lot more, one show might have 15 and another might have 2. And I think it's probably because with the artificial intelligence, it's looking for concise information that it can then say, okay, it starts here and it ends here. And then that's a clip, but I'd have to research it a little more.
The magic of AI, huh?
Yes. Exactly. So, my dear friend, I have to say goodbye for now as we have our next show coming up. I just want to say I love you and I thank you and thanks for being here till the end. And I look forward to our next conversation.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Jacalyn. Thank you for inviting me, and just keep shining and evolving. Let's keep the mothership.
Keep getting the
Love
downloads.
You. Keep getting the downloads. Love you.
Bye for now.
Bye.
All right. Thank you, everyone. We are signing off. It's been an amazing time with you here today. I didn't expect it to go as long as it has, which is great because we have so many people who want to be here and want to share. And actually, because of the time, we're not going to be running any sponsorships. We're just going to close out for now. So thank you. Please be good to one another. Please find a way to be peaceful and to share peace and love. Bye for now.
Thank you, viewers and listeners of USA Global TV and Radio, for joining us today. We're honoured to have your time and attention as part of our global community. At USA Global TV and Radio, we believe in the power of authentic conversations, meaningful connections, and creating a world of possibilities together. Want to be part of something bigger? Join our team of elevated listeners at usaglobaltv.com, a space where your voice matters and your ability to listen transforms relationships. Stay connected with us across all our platforms for thought-provoking discussions, expert insights, and empowering stories. Subscribe to our channels at youtube.com/c/USA-Global-TV. Follow us on social media and explore the endless opportunities we're creating for growth, learning, and inspiration. Together, we're not just broadcasting, we're building bridges and changing lives one conversation at a time. For inquiries, contact us at info@usaglobaltv.com. Music by Johnny Dies. Produced by Executive Producer and Director Dr. Jacalyn Kerbeck. Voiceover by Mike Porter. Creative Direction by Paul Garcia. All rights reserved. Copyright 2025. Visit usaglobaltv.com to view our full terms and conditions.